Morning, everybody. We'll open our meeting. Tū taua mai I runga, tū taua mai I raro, tū taua mai I waho. Kia tō ai te Māori tū, te Māori ora ki te katoa, homie, huie, tai kie. Tēnā koutou katoa. Haere mai ki tēne hui, te iwi o rangitāne, tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. It's my pleasure to open our committee meeting today, which is our first Culture and Sport Committee of this triennium. And people who've been playing along at home will know this is an amalgamation of two committees from the last triennium, which was Arts, Culture and Heritage, and Play, Sport and Recreation. So it's wonderful today to see in the gallery a combination of people who've operated previously under separate committees and we're bringing together today. So we will kick into our agenda for the morning and start with apologies. I have an apology from the Mayor, and Councillor Harpeter is joining us online this morning. Are there any other apologies? Then I will move that we receive those apologies. Seeker's seconder, Councillor Meehan, thank you. Today we'll be voting on hands. So I will ask those in favour to raise their hand, please. That is carried unanimously. Thank you. I skipped over all of the housekeeping then, so I will go back to that in an excitement of getting underway for the first part of the term. The meeting is being recorded and will be live streamed on YouTube, so just so that you're aware of that. The health and safety requirements are there in front of you. I'll just give you a moment to read that, but I'm not going to read them out. We've asked our online participants, and particularly elected members, to keep their cameras turned on, but microphones muted unless they're addressing the meeting. As we're voting on the hands today, we have no electronic system, so elected members, if you'd like to ask a question, just raise your hand and I'll try and keep my eye open to make a list of who would like to ask questions or comment, and we'll be raising our hands to vote. Councillors online, if you can use the hands up function to join in there as well. And we'll vote on the hands unless a division is sought. So elected members, if you'd like a division, please just speak up and let me know on that, and then we can note who's voting what. Councillors, presenters, not councillors, presenters, if you could give your names before you speak, and that's particularly useful for the recording because it's hard to tell if you're watching online who's speaking. So names and job titles, if relevant, please. To note also in other interesting business, today we are also celebrating International Women's Day, so congratulations to the women of council, elected members and officials on the important role that you play in serving democracy in our city. Snaps for that. Thanks, team. So on our round a little bit today, and to note also that we have a morning tea as well at 10:30, where we've invited community to be with us. So we might move some agenda items around just to make that timing work, the intention being to break as close to 10:30 as possible. But today we're going to start with the item which is a petition, alteration to Palmerston North coat of arms. And I will invite Warren and Virginia Warbrick on behalf of then Histories of Palmutana to come and speak to their petition. Morena, Warren and Virginia, you're no strangers to the chamber, so I'm sure you're very well aware of pressing the button to make the green light come on, and then we're over to you. Thank you.
It's Heritage Month in the city. So we have chosen this time to bring our first petition to council. It's of cultural and historical importance to the city, so thank you for having us on the agenda today. You already have a copy of our petition, and we won't read it out in full, but rather we'd like to use our time to give you a wee bit of context, some historical background, and reveal how we realised something is amiss with our armorial bearings, or coat of arms as they are more commonly known. So the letters patent states that on the Dexter side, a Māori chief, and on the sinister side, a European woman in early to mid-19th century domestic working dress. So turning to the description of her costume, early to mid-19th century domestic working dress, we will forgive the date range given, which for our city should be more like mid to late 19th century. But what is domestic working dress in Palmerston North? So we thought we'd turn to Manawatu Heritage, our city's award-winning repository of more than 40,000 and growing digital records for insight. So here we have 4 grainy, quite early images of working women from the early days of Pākehā settlement. And zooming in, it is a little hard to tell, but 2 appear to be wearing boots and 2 are hidden or obscured. However, no sign of bare feet here. The Ian Matheson City Archive has an excellent file on the development of our current coat of arms in the 1980s, and this image shows one of the chiefs of the 19th century and what looks to us to be a Scandinavian-inspired costume, and she's booted. The archives reveals the desire for a less specific and more generic chief, just for your information, and now she is wearing a Sunday best type costume, which was not the brief, but she's still booted. So jumping back to the Manawatu Heritage site for photos to check in on boots versus bare feet. Boots, 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 boots and boots. Boots, boots and boots. No boots nor bare feet seen here, but a welcome back to the council chamber for Mayor George Snelson. No boots or bare feet to be seen here either. So we can tell you from the archives that the design then settled on was what she was to be wearing, and her costume on the right there includes an apron and boots. So this image shows the full letters patent. There are at least 2 in the city. There's one near the Mayor's office, which you may be familiar with. There's also one stored away in the city archives. So the late 1980s was a time of evolving in our cultural identity in the city. We were on the brink of the sesquicentennial of the signing of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Funding was put towards rededicating the name Te Marae o Hine, and part of the square was about to be transformed by 9 new po. And the council made a number of solid expressions of its new bicultural coat of arms. So here, above the entrance of the square, booted, on 2 exterior sides of the council chamber, and she is booted. And above you, above the chair, there she is, booted, and out in the link span, she is also booted. So why are we here today? In 2017, Warren and I were contracted by Motat Museum in Auckland to develop a project exploring an update of the New Zealand coat of arms, and it got us thinking about our own city's coat of arms. Then in late 2019, Warren and I were invited to speak at a music conference in Hong Kong. And at the time, our ages combined were the same as a 100-year-old. So to celebrate our 100th birthday, we took an amazing food and culture tour of Vietnam on our way to Hong Kong. And some of you will know of the historic city of Hoi An and of their overnight service in customised and made-to-fit clothing. Yes, we got her outfit made. But their interpretation of her clothing was, let's say, interesting, and I doubt it will ever see the light of day. However, the boots are beautiful to wear. So, on arriving home, we were lucky enough to be invited to the Mayor's community Christmas function, and I decided to wear my Palmerston North coat of arms boots. When we arrived, there were 2 large screens, both showing a huge coat of arms, but there was no boot. Instead, a pink foot with toes, which led us to some research to find out how she lost her boot. Our research shows that the change possibly happened around July 2014. We interviewed senior council staff of that era, and none of them were aware of any deliberate decision to change her boot to a foot. So to conclude, pioneer women wore boots, the original arms depict a boot, our female supporter wore a boot for her first 25 years and continues to on our buildings. Someone within council changed it to a foot. Our petition requests the reinstatement of her boot, and our request would require no real expense other than a small amount of time for your designer to remove the digital toes and to recolour the boot. We have a PS. Actually, the shell that the lion is holding has also been altered, so perhaps a forensic study of the whole armorial bearings is worth considering. So thank you for your time today, and happy Heritage Month to you all.
You getting some claps for that. Thank you very much, Virginia, for that. Are you happy to take any questions?
Yep.
Does anybody have any questions? I wondered if I could seek a comment from the officer on to boot or not to boot. That seems to be the question.
Through the chair, Donna Baker, Acting CE Unit Manager. We did a little bit of investigation ourselves, and we believe that the change was made to make it digital so that we could use it in a digital channel. We have no idea why the boot disappeared and why the foot appeared, and we would like the opportunity to correct that and put the boot back on. So as things go forward, we'll do a bit of an audit, and as we need to renew things, we will ensure that the new booted lady is put back on to the coat of arms.
Excellent. Thank you, Donna. I think that answers the question. Councillor Johnson.
I just wondered, does this require a decision of council, Madam Chair?
I think the officer has said that they can just take that as part of their ongoing work programme. So it's a very visible thing. I'm sure we'll all notice if we have not been rebooted.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's no further questions. Thank you, Warren and Virginia. You can take your seat back in the gallery. And I will move that the Culture and Sport Committee receive the petition, alteration to Palmerston North coat of arms for information, seconded by Councillor Meehan. Open for any comments. Being none, I will look to put that to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. I think that's everyone. Against? Abstain? Thank you. Carried. And we also have, moving to the next item on the agenda, which is public comment, Dr. Jeremy Harpeter online from Dunedin, but ex of Palmerston North, which might explain the interest here. Jeremy, you wanted to make public comment on this issue on today's agenda. I'll hand to you for your 3-minute public comment.
Tēnā koe o tira tēnā tātou katoa. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to this, and I just wondered if, while we were considering as part of a work program to look at the coat of arms, whether we might just possibly zoom out a bit, and instead of focusing on the bottom right-hand corner of our coat of arms and the boot or not to boot question, I just wondered if we ought to consider the whole coat of arms more holistically in terms of the entire depiction. For example, some of the symbolism on the coat of arms, the red lion, the castle, the knight's helmet, the shield, the dragon, etc., etc. And if you think about the rangatira Māori, if you removed him from the coat of arms, which is supposed to represent our bicultural foundations, there's actually nothing really bicultural about our coat of arms at all. So removing the rangatira, who occupies about 10 to 15% of the overall symbol or the overall coat of arms, is I just wonder if that's reflective of contemporary Aotearoa New Zealand society in terms of where we're looking to move in the future around being good treaty partners, tangata tiritiri, tangata tūturu, and also tangata tiriti. So, yeah, I just wanted to raise that question. If, while we're considering making some changes to the coat of arms as a part of a work program, whether or not there was space for a wider discussion around just how representative that is of our bicultural foundations. So, not to take away the kōrero of to boot the woman or not, especially not on International Women's Day. Absolutely, give her shoes back for sure. But while we're at it, maybe we can consider the bigger issue and the bigger symbolism inherent within that coat of arms. So, yeah, that was my 3 minutes. Ngā mihi, tēnā koutou.
Thank you, Jeremy. I wonder if there are any questions in the room for Jeremy before he shoots off. Councillor Barrett.
Kia ora, Dr. Hopeta. Thank you for that comment. Just interested if you have any experience with the kind of process or approaches that might be taken by an organization wanting to revise a coat of arms?
So in terms of experience, yeah, I've had a wee bit of done some work with the Manawatu Rugby Union, for example, around their crest and some of the symbolism and the messaging that is in their crest, and they've taken some of that feedback on board. I've done a bit of research with in rugby, my sort of area is sport and culture, and I've looked at the Canterbury Crusaders' response to particularly what happened in 4 years ago in Christchurch, March 2019, and the massacre there, and what the Crusaders organisation did post that, because of all of the symbolism implied within the same thing, really, the shield, the sword, the knight, riding in to save the day, and the Crusaders have responded, and now they have a new, a new symbol, a refreshed identity, which encapsulates, I guess, contemporary Cantabrian society and the way they roll around there. So, yeah, it's an area that I've done research in, especially in sport and rugby in particular. But it's requires progressive thinking and some innovation and creativity. But this yeah, I think the time is right to have that conversation at least. Anyway, kia ora. Thanks for the question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? There aren't any questions in the room, Jeremy. Thank you so much for offering to come and speak to this and share your thoughts on the wider context. We appreciate your contribution this morning.
Kia ora, Rachel. Tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora.
Matua. Hei kona.
So as that's public comment, we have to resolve to receive it, and the nature of public comment is such that any issues arising from that have to be restricted to a referral to the Chief Executive under standing orders. So I will move that we resolve that the public comment be received for information, seconded by Councillor Meehan, and open that for any comment. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would like to propose or take up the opportunity to make a referral to the Chief Executive to take what Jeremy has presented to Council on board and perhaps come back to Council with a referral.
Absolutely. Thank you. We'll probably need to put some words together. Natalia, do you need words from Councillor Fitzgerald, or can you just...
Yeah, we can just say that...
They're going to do some words, so we'll let them get on with that. I go to Councillor Johnson. Did you have a comment?
Well, I was going to propose the same thing, so happy to second it.
Excellent. So moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Johnson. Any other comments on this matter while we work up some words for that? Well, thank you. That's not the place I expected to start our first Culture and Sport Committee. Thank you to the community for bringing always interesting and surprising issues. Looking around the room on International Women's Day, I can certainly see that domestic working dress definitely includes boots today. It seems pretty certain that it included boots back then. And that public comment from Dr. Harpeter, I think, does cause us to reflect on the purpose of a coat of arms in the modern era, and whether just because something has been the way that it has been, does it always need to be that way in future? So we'll bring that additional recommendation that this is referred to the CE and look forward to whatever thoughts come out of that piece of work on this. Committee resolves the Councillor Fitzgerald, is that what you intended?
No apostrophe in its.
Sorry, Councillor Johnson?
No apostrophe in its. Sorry to be.
It's what they intended apart from the random apostrophe in its. Thank you. Okay, I'll propose we take both of those recommendations together to receive and the resolution to investigate options to change the city's coat of arms to better reflect bicultural heritage and report back to this committee. Everybody happy with those going together? Councillor Wood.
The mover, Madam Chair. Councillor Fitzgerald, my take of that public comment was it also included perhaps reflecting more of Palmerston North as a city as well, some of our sort of landmarks and environment here. Would it be worth putting in that recommendation to reflect our bicultural heritage and, you know, the locational feel of our city, something along those lines?
Through the chair, thanks, Councillor Wood. My reflection on that suggestion is that it's already included in the word bicultural. Yeah.
Thank you. Nothing further? Then I'll ask you to vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. That's everybody in the room, and Councillor Mickelad twice. Any abstentions or against online? Then that's carried. Thank you all. To move to the report section of our agenda, I'll invite Sport Manawatu to come forward. And I think with Anne-Marie Mori and Julie MacDonald, just Anne-Marie today, Julie making hand gestures. Anne-Marie. And we have Brad Cassidy for Sport Manawatu and also Kelly Shanks. You? Yep. Kia ora and welcome. Are we with you first, Anne-Marie, and then over to Sport Manawatu? Okay, in your hands.
Kia ora koutou, Anne-Marie Mori, Policy Analyst. I'm really here just to front the presentation of Sport Manawatu's 6-month progress report, which is a requirement under their funding agreement with Council. So I have to my right, Brad Cassidy, General Manager Partnerships, and Kelly Shanks, Sport Manawatu's new Chief Executive. So I'll hand it over to them. They have a very short presentation.
Kia ora. Thanks, Anne-Marie. Thank you, Brad and Kelly.
Mōrena, tēnā koutou katoa, e huhui nei tēnei rā, tua tapu te atua, kei te mihi, e ngā tini mate, haere, haere, haere. Tihei mauri ora, ko tararua te maunga, ko Manawatu te awa, ko Rangitāne te iwi, ko Kura Haupo te waka. Kei te mihi, kei te mihi, kei te mihi. Tēnā koe. Kei te mihi kia koutou papa i oia City Council, ngā rangatira, e pohiri nei i a mātou, ko wai tēnei, ko Brad Cassidy, taku ingoa, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Kelly Shanks e mana hautu ki Sport Manawatu. I'm going to hand it over to our chief to introduce herself. Ngā mihi.
Kia ora. It's lovely to be here today. Thanks for having us, and thank you for your ongoing support and partnership. It's much appreciated. Before Brad gets on with the report, I would just like to acknowledge and say thank you to Palmerston North City Council for their fast and swift response following the flooding and all the silt that came across the pathway down by the river, which is a huge area of sport and recreation, as you well know, and well utilised by the community and loved by the community. And it was fantastic, the swift response that came down to clear those paths, and immediately people were back in there running, biking, pushing buggies. It was so great to see, so thank you very much for that. So I've only been here for sort of 4 months, so I am going to pass back to Brad to lead the session because he knows a lot more than I do over the last 6 months as to what's been happening. So kia ora.
Thank you. So just to provide some context to this report, you will note for some of our rangatira who have been in place for some time, it is a progress report rather than a 6-month full-on activity outline. This is year 1 of our revised strategic partnership agreement that we have in place with our City Council. So what we have done is narrowed down to 3 high-level outcomes, as you see in front of you. And what I am going to just highlight today is 5 of the activities that sort of have popped up for us in the last 6 months. Talk to the community activations. It's a really important position for us to be able to partner with organisations who have been in, I think, in leadership roles and will continue to be in leadership roles long after we come in and out. And if I draw your attention to the partnering with the libraries, particularly in Awapuni, which was a suburb of interest for us, allowed us to engage with community there to gather insights using play pop-ups. So again, part of it is that we were trying to increase physical activity, but also gathering insights to community needs understanding. Moving down into the survival swimming schools, this really was a response to the tragedies that occurred in our awa over that Christmas period, preceding Christmas period, to communities mourning the deaths of loved ones. So as a result, in our partnership with the Manawatu Cultural Council and segues into some of those groups, our recreation advisor led a project, to Manawa Project 2, which focused on instilling confidence around water. More to come on that one as we do follow up and impact reports in the next wee while. Guidance on spaces and places provision. There's a couple on the agenda today. There's lots going on, and I guess our role here is to make sure that we're staying on track with what we are stating we're going to do. Of importance to this council is the review of our 2018 Regional Sport Facility Plan. We've still got one more online hui, which is scheduled next week. Love to have some of you involved in that, just to listen into the kōrero, but yeah, we're certainly on track to deliver on that. The last 2, 20 sporting events, man, it's fantastic that we aren't hammered by pandemics. More recently, we had the Touch on the weekend. Again, this council, its offices are providing awesome facilities down at Ongley Park. But to date, we've got about just over 6.5 million economic benefit to the city, and we've still got a couple more months to go. Putting a shout out for New Zealand Volleyball, who are here 26th of March, and yeah, stay tuned for invitations. Last but not least is the cycling area. Again, our role in partnership with council is to encourage as many of our residents to get out, use a bike. 1, obviously for physical activity, 2, getting around our city, but 3, I think environmentally, we know that cycling is going to take people out of cars and of course reducing carbon emissions. So we've got a big target to hit. We're still on track for that. But yeah, that is our picture. Thank you for your time this morning. I did say to the boss, if you've got real curly questions, please direct them at her.
Thank you very much, Brad and Kelly, for presenting that report today. And I will open for any questions from elected members. You might need to specify straight or curly. I'll leave that to Brad and Kelly to figure out. Councillor Hancock.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Kelly and Brad, for coming in. I've just got 3 questions. The first one is from page 17, just in terms of the Active Communities Fund. There's $6,455 spent in that area. Is there any more headroom in that? What's the top end of the budget of that?
Yeah, the cap is 9K, or 10K, sorry. So yeah, normally there's not an issue with that fund being expended each annual period. What we're generally sometimes have an issue or challenge with, not an issue, challenge with is oversubscription.
Okay, thank you. The next question is page 21 in terms of Play Streets. In August you had a workshop. Can you tell us if there's been any progress in terms of activating the Play Streets strategy?
Yes, there has been. I can't go into any great detail on that, other than to say that this council has also just employed a play lead that will be responsible for supporting the implementation plan of this council's play guidelines. Part of that mahi, along with our own staff member in the play system, as a play systems lead, will be focusing on the Play Streets outcomes.
Okay.
So not specifics, but I would say yes, we're on track to export. That probably commented in the next report.
Okay. But I guess I suppose what I'm trying to elicit there is that it has been kind of slow to get off the ground and get some momentum on it. Would that be fair?
Yes, it has been, but there's aspects to it that have had to be worked through. Part of it is liability, and then the other part is trying to make it easier for community members to be able to run these types of activities and events.
Great, thank you, Brad. And lastly, just in terms of Bike Ready, page 23, could you just give us some commentary around a number of schools dropping out of the program, whether or not we can revitalise that?
Yes, so there was a bit of work that needed to be done post that. Part of that was responding to different needs of the schools, and we're at the school's mercy. We're coming in from a partnership perspective, but it's got to be suitable for the schools to be able to buy in to what we're proposing. I think another key factor there is that we're needing to work with schools, ideally where those kids do have those assets in place, which is a big determinant of how well we're successful in getting more of our kids and residents on bikes.
And it's a key focus for the coming 12 months?
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Kelly, to the chamber. Thank you, Brad, for the commentary. My main question really arises from the third outcome area, which speaks to people having the skills. And currently and historically, it seems like that gets fairly, to my mind, narrowly interpreted as students. And I'm just wondering, especially given the note about the challenges of engaging school communities, if there's some consideration of other communities, other groups within the city that might benefit from that opportunity, but are not students.
Yeah, that's a great question. Yes, absolutely. I think our active transport lead has, whilst not necessarily in the report, has been doing a bit of background engagement with communities of interest, notably Manawatu Multicultural Council, has done some exploring partnership opportunities with Massey University. That's both from a research perspective as also understanding of those students, how many, and staff use active transport as a form of movement. Yeah, good. That's a good one. Adult e-bikes. So again, we've delivered a program targeting mature residents who have e-bikes. So yeah, we're not restricted to children. I know that probably comes through quite strongly in the report, but yes, absolutely, adults are part of that picture. I suppose the other thing too is that council have also indicated a focus on gathering or pulling together a group around exploring how do we improve transport around the city. That's, I mean, it's one thing for us to be able to deliver programs, but it has to be matched by infrastructure. The reality is there's more perceptions out there that indicate that parents are unhappy allowing their kids to ride on roads, and those perceptions are real. Unless we can change those, then we won't. Our work will be fruitless.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple follow-ups then. Appreciate the quite comprehensive response. In thinking about those other potential groups, sounded like Massey could be seen as an example of a major employer, but we're sitting in a building here with hundreds of employees. There's several buildings around the square that have hundreds of employees in them. There's a DHB that has thousands of employees. Kind of, are we thinking about an employer kind of lens on that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if we go back to the workplace challenge, and our last was really, it is a challenge of sorts, but it's also a challenge of cultures for people to see that there's different ways that we can maybe move around the city, how we can get to work, etc. But we're also conscious on one of them, guilty. I've got children. I'd love to be able to ride a bike to work, but I also have responsibilities to, maybe I need to invest in a trailer, bike trailer.
That wasn't directing any questions at you, I can assure you, Brad. A second area of question, and then we'll hand back to you, Madam Chair. The elected members kind of showed up in a rostered approach to Esplanade Day recently, and discovered on arrival that there was a survey being run about kind of recreational preferences and activities in the city by the elected members as an engagement exercise. I just wondered if Sport Manawatu had done anything to inform that survey, and likewise if you had been informed of the response to that survey.
I can't answer that one. I'm unsure. Sorry.
Yeah, that's all right.
Keen to understand a bit more.
Thank you. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Tinakwa, Kelly and Brad. A couple of questions. The first one is around the Manawatu gym sports feasibility, and there's just a couple of lines about it on page 18. Can you give us any more of an update about how things are going there?
Yeah, so we were meant to have, Visitor Solutions Consultancy from Auckland, we appointed to undertake that first, broken down into two, demand assessment, preliminary feasibility, moving into detailed feasibility. We were meant to be down 3 weeks ago, but I was sick, so I pretty much disrupted the system. Fortunately, they're coming back to the city, and we're going to be reviewing the information that council officers have previously submitted as part of options, working in partnership with gym sport representatives, New Zealand Gymnastics, council officer involved in the steering group, and ourselves.
Okay,
so
cool.
On
Thank
track.
you. Yeah, just keen to make sure that's still on track. My other question was around the partnerships that or the kind of link that you've made with the community libraries to try and activate play in those communities. And I was thinking back to the learning that you got from trying to activate the Roslyn community. Can you give us a bit more insight into how you made that leap, I suppose, from working directly with the community yourselves into using the library system?
Yeah, sure. So we have a Palmerston North Rec advisor. One of the key outcomes in that area is to deliver a specific number of pop-ups. Pop-ups are play directed, so that includes our play systems lead, and so that led to conversations to who within the community has greater connections with individuals, and so often that is community spaces, it's libraries. We also, I think, linked in with Rotary, because again, it's understanding who's got ears to the ground, what's happening, what gaps exist, what are some of those challenges they might be experiencing, and so that led to, I guess, a conversation around what was it that would really support. I think the libraries, one, has been able to offer books and etc., but also just experiences, because they become quite cool hangouts. And so play was just a natural fit. But what we also trying to identify is what other opportunities exist for beyond play. And so that's where those organisations that have those links to the ground can provide segues into, is it club-based opportunities? Is it identifying a particular facility that could be used as a hub for different activities? Are there partnership opportunities out of that, etc.? So that broader speaking, it's exploring what we have in place before racing off and suggesting or proposing ideas. A benefit from that approach is that it's community-led.
Yep, I think it's great. Thank you. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tēnā koutou, ngā mihi ki a koe Brad, o tira Kelly, Anne-Marie. Thank you. I just have a query with regards to, on page 16, about he oranga Poutama. Could you give us an update of where that is? I see that the funding or the applications opened late February, and I wanted to know if there was an uptake on that, or was there an appetite amongst iwi hapu whānau for to continue that?
Yeah, thank you for your question, Fire. Yeah, just to try and keep it short and sweet, we had, for those unfamiliar with He Oranga Poutama, it's an activation program directed at increasing Māori physical activity. We used to have it here in our region, but then it was retracted. What this iteration looks like, presents as a plan, a unified plan for play, rec and sport through a Māori lens, Māori context. Importantly, the fund is about by Māori for Māori. So yes, the fund opened up for us, started with different conversations or workshops with different Māori representatives of iwi, and then that was presented to Te Paeoranga o Ruahine o Tararua, a Iwi Māori Partnership Board, as that's where we felt the best alignment, strategic alignment sat, because it was really around health holder, using sport and rec as a vehicle. Thankfully, we managed to get the application through tomorrow, and that is under Tahu Order. So Tahu Order is the operational arm of that organisation, and the next step is really about formalising an advisory rōpū, who will then determine how that fund is granted. But we're still waiting to hear whether or not we've been approved that fund through Ihi Aotearoa. Thankfully, I do want to acknowledge one of our Ihi Aotearoa mātua in the room, Colin Stone. Maybe that could be a good question to ask him about the pūtea.
Oh, thank you for that, Brad. And just one follow-up. I'm under the assumption that that funding or that resource would cover the generations, like going from preschoolers right through to kaumātua, which of course has been a concern about kaumātua and their engagement, particularly with their connectedness to the hapori, the iwi, so forth.
Yeah, I would anticipate looking at He Oranga Poutama that no one's left behind. Ngā mihi.
Councillor Dennison.
Kia ora, Chair, and kia ora, kōrua. The Bowles detailed feasibility assessment, it says here that it was due in February. Has that been completed? Can you confirm that?
Yeah, it
and
has.
when will we have that table?
It's currently reports. Oh, did you? Yeah, next month.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. I had just a question. Thank you to colleagues for that exhaustive list of questions. I've got one left, which is about helping to develop school travel plans with selected schools. You talk about the work with Winchester and Terrace End, which involves ongoing monitoring. I wondered, are you involved in monitoring schools where we've already established travel plans, or does that sit with council?
It has sat with council, but it's something that we've explored as part of overall impact of travel plans. So it would be remiss of us not to look at what's previously been done. Part of it is continuous improvement, etc. So
that's great. Thank you, Brad. Councillor Michelet.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, guys, for the, for the report. No, just want to probably get a clearer understanding around the Freiburg High School ESOL Surviving Swimming Skills Program, And what's the intake been like and the response from those communities?
Yeah, great question. As I say, it was a response to definitely community, I wouldn't even say need, it was fear, reservation. So I guess we know that there are barriers that affect different our residents, and one of those is, ours become quite accessible. You don't have to pay to use them, you can get to them, but actually for some of our communities that aren't or haven't been brought up around our type of hours here, the swimming schools become quite relevant for those communities to be able to access them and use them safely. And so uptake was really positive, and I would expect it's going to lead on to not only that community continuing on this journey, but it's going to open the doors for other communities to also seek that support.
And have you been in partnership with other schools as well within Palmerston North that also have members of that community or ESOL departments? Colleges like our type of college as well will have a lot of them. So.
Indirectly, what we do have is within each secondary school, or a link to each secondary school, is what they call a regional sport developer role. And whilst that focuses primarily on getting kids into sport, we also have a link through our active recreation lead, that's Sport NZ investment areas, and that there focuses on creating a system whereby our rangatahi are supported to be active, but also have really positive experiences out of that. So yes, it is broader, but probably not as specified to the type of initiative that was highlighted within the report.
You've also mentioned in the report that after 10 weeks of the program that students felt confident swimming. What's the success rate of students that have probably started from week 0 to 10, as opposed to probably someone dropping out at week 4, week 5, and that sort of thing?
Yeah, no, they all stayed in it. And what I'll do, the next report I'll provide, what I'd prefer to do is provide some footage, which will paint 1,000 words.
Sure, that'll be great.
You've heard me enough today, so I don't want to...
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Brad and Kelly and Anne-Marie. That has got us through all of the questions. Thanks very much. If you want to take your seats back in the gallery, and I will look to move that the committee resolve to receive the report titled Sport Manawatu's 6-month progress report to Palmerston North City Council, July to December 2022, presented to the Culture and Sport Committee on 8 March 2023, seconded by Councillor Meehan. Open that for any comments. Councillor Zabella.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ngā mihi kia koroa, mō tō mahi, mō tō kōrero.
They went that way.
Where I have my back to you, I just wanted to take this opportunity to acknowledge and congratulate you on your great success in the community libraries this summer holidays. I've heard firsthand from the librarians at Awapuni Library and from some kids there as well that the use of the play equipment was extraordinarily well used and was a great success. And combining at the same time with the summer reading program, the theme of which was play and sport, was a really great idea. There is feedback from the library that it would have been good to have space for the equipment to be used. That's a whole other issue. The equipment was being used and very well received. So I want to congratulate you on that. Ngā mihi. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yes, thanks, Brad and Kelly, and welcome, Kelly, to your new role. I also wanted to comment on the partnership with the community libraries, which I think has got great potential. And I was delighted to hear the libraries described as cool places to hang out. So that's very nice. But I think we had understood you know, in the last couple of years, that it had been difficult to sometimes engage some communities just by kind of taking a team in and trying to get an activity up and running. And, you know, we'd questioned a few times about how to make a success of that. And I think that this approach of partnering with the libraries, where there are already trusted relationships with the community, where people are already feeling comfortable in the library space, then to branch out and do some play and to do some activities with some equipment perhaps they wouldn't have had access to otherwise, I think is a recipe for success. And I'm quite heartened to hear how well it's going, and look forward to seeing more about that in the final report. And the other thing I did just want to comment on is the Manawatu Gym Sports project, because you know, Council has heard repeatedly about the need for that facility, and I'm keenly keeping an eye on its progress. And I just want to make sure that, you know, but that we do keep as the Mayor would say, people's feet to the fire on the Manawatu Gym Sports project, so that is moving along, and the reports are coming back quickly. So appreciate sometimes illness does cause delay, but again, you know, I'm looking forward to seeing progress on that coming back. And I mean, just in general, I think this is a very uplifting report, actually, to see how much activity has been facilitated, and all the different ways in which people have been encouraged to be active in the community. So, yeah, well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Just note, if feet are being held to the fire, let's hope they're appropriately booted. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and very pleased with this report and reporting format. So thank you to the team that's pulled that together, really liking having kind of 3 high-level outcomes, and we can really get some focus in those areas. Was very heartened to hear from the staff at Sport Manawatu that there is an appetite for refreshing how they think about people getting access to skills to ride, and keeping that much more broad than students, and looking at how we might reinvigorate that. I think it can be challenging for schools to get into that space, and for a whole lot of reasons. And at the same time, you know, this community and all communities in Aotearoa are facing a huge amount of cost of living pressures. Part of that's the price of filling up a tank. A lot of people are interested in the health benefits that might be on offer, whether those are physical health, mental health benefits, etc. So not wanting to see Sport Manawatu get into the business of pushing bikes onto anyone, but I think being visible and being available for people in the community that might be, for whatever reason, thinking they want to reactivate their lifestyle, thinking they want to get back on a bike, thinking they want to get the confidence to get perhaps from the river paths into some movement around the city itself. A lot of opportunity there, and I'd encourage the team at Sport Manawatu to think broadly about what could be achieved in that particular area. And secondly, to touch on the point around what elected members get up to on Esplanade Day. I wasn't actually informed either of the results of that survey ultimately, but I can say that when I was there, from about 11 to 1, swimming was on a huge run, and I reckon swimming probably actually took the prize as the preferred recreational activity on the day. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett. Councillor Harpiter has a comment online.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just want a very quick comment just to say, agree with Councillor Johnson in terms of the gym sports, wanting to make sure that we keep that information flowing from Sport Manawatu on what is happening in the community with that project. And the other one was to do with the covered bowling green facility feasibility. We really need to make sure that's been sitting on our books for probably, I want to say, 4 or 5 years. So we really want to make sure that that project keeps coming back to us so that we can actually see what that feasibility is going to say. So pretty much along the same lines as Councillor Johnson, just want to see where these projects are going to so that they don't get lost and we see where they are before we make some final decisions going down the track. So thanks very much, Sport Manawatu, for a great report, but want to see where these other projects are getting to so that we can make some decisions going forward. Thanks very much. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Harpiter. Yep, thank you, Sport Manawatu, Kelly and Brad, for your report today, and we look forward to seeing you again in November, I understand, with your annual report for 2022-23, with staff's assessment of progress. So that'll be Anne-Marie back in the hot seat there, I think. The only comment I want to make beyond thanking you for the work that you do was to reflect on those school transport plans and how important I think it is that those don't just become documents that sit in a drawer in a school, that we keep monitoring, we keep bringing life to that conversation, that we connect the work of school transport plans with the active opportunities in the school life and connect that into the life of the community, and noting with interest Brad's comment on the necessity of appropriate infrastructure to support all of this. So there's, to call it a school transport plan makes it sound like a very small piece of work, but actually it's just one connector in a really important ecosystem of creating an active community. And Council thanks Sport Manawatu for your work to help us achieve that strategic goal. Having moved the recommendation, I will ask you to vote for that, please. So all those in favour, please raise your hand. That's everybody in the room is in favour, and online that's carried. Thank you. So we will now move to the next item on the agenda, which is the annual sector lead report for Community Arts Palmerston North Incorporated, better known to most of us as Square Edge Community Arts. And I will invite Stephanie Velvin, Community Development Manager, and Karen Seacombe, Square Edge Community Arts Manager, to come. No, I'm just making up job titles now, Karen.
Artistic Director.
Correct that, to come and present your report to us today. Thank you. Steph, to you.
Mōrena koutou, ko Stephanie Velvin, toku ingoa, ko Aotea Tumu Tau Tāwhi Hapori. I'm Stephanie Velvin, Community Development Manager. Annual reports are being presented today from 2 of our 7 sector lead groups, Square Edge Community Arts and Creative Sounds. I'll start with a brief recap of the sector lead partnership concept before introducing the first report. Sector lead agreements are a trial component within the broader Strategic Priority Grants program. In April 2022, Council resolved to adopt the Support and Funding Policy 2022, and also resolved that the Chief Executive trial sector lead partnership agreements using the funding that has already been assigned to organisations through the 2022 allocations from the Strategic Priority Grant Fund, and report back to the Community Development Committee prior to the development of the next 10-year plan. The Strategic Priority Grants Program is Council's largest funding stream available for the for-purpose sector. With 3-year funding agreements, it provides organisations a higher level of certainty in their operations than annual or project-specific funding. And the purpose of the program is to activate the potential of the community sector to deliver on Council's strategic direction, specifically goals 2, 3 and 4. We currently fund 43 groups through the overall SPG program. The 7 groups within the Sector Leads trial were selected as they were assessed to meet a set of additional criteria as per the Support and Funding Policy 2022, and they were approved by Council at the June 2022 Community Development Committee meeting. The Sector Lead Partnership Agreements commenced on 1 July 2022, and we expect to provide a report back to this committee, to the Community Development Committee, with further information about the trial at the end of this year. The first group presenting their annual report is Square Edge Community Arts, or SECA. SECA and Council have a long-standing relationship, and their report demonstrates that they are performing well. Now I will hand over to Dr. Karen Seacombe, Artistic Director for SECA, to present.
Ata Mario. Ngā mihi kia koutou. Ko Karen Seacombe aho, ko kai whakahaere toi ki Square Edge. It is, as always, a pleasure to be here today presenting to you, and thank you for your time and your investment into our organisation. There's not a lot I want to say because I think our report is quite thorough and says a lot, but I want to reiterate a few things. The image that's up there shows our building on the corner of Te Marae o Hine, the square. It is right in the central city. And although our tagline is community arts, really the important word in there is community. Our focus is on all sorts of different people, not just creatives and artists. We have over 200,000 people a year come through that building. It's 3 stories. If you haven't been into it, it goes quite a long way back. There's a big courtyard area. We have lots of artists and studios, yes, but also lots of people flow through our space and use our venues. They perform, they rehearse, they meet and greet. We have older community members, U3A, Youthline come in and run a group there. We've had other groups running who are working in ways with community that support their well-being. So I think that is a really critical thing for me, is that we are a community space, not just an arts space. I'm not sure what's on the next slide. The next slide has, I guess, just demonstrates that. Oh, click it. Thank you. So we do kind of undertake a lot of activities, and part of that and that visible side of what we do is the gallery spaces. We also run Art Trial Manawatu, and we are one of 3 partners in the Artists in Residence program, Palmerston North Artists in Residence program, which brings artists from all sorts of different places to our region, who then interact with our community in really positive ways. And the images up there of 2 of our recent writers. Fiona Tuakoi was really pivotal in that community space, and I think is the drive that Square Edge is sort of pushing into as far as connecting community with these really amazing people and instigating some special projects. And I think if you look at the picture up there, you can see, you know, people doing things together, it connects them, it removes those barriers that are often in place for people who feel isolated and alone in community. So, you know, what we are is an important hub, which Sport Manawatu were talking about also, you know, that idea of hubs in the city, places to bring people together and to be together as a community, which has become more and more critical since COVID, I think. Thanks for clicking for me. Okay, I know you've got our budget and I know you've got our report. This is really just as an example of the amount of money that we have to find every year to keep us going. We're not talking about a huge organisation. There are 4 staff members. We are all part-time. One of those staff members is our cleaner. I work the most hours. I do 32 hours a week. We're on, you know, fairly humble pay, but we're very, very capable. The issue that we have is capacity, and you will note in the report that Steph has tabled that some of the I guess key outcomes are developing. That's not because we can't do things. It is because we just don't have the manpower or the woman power in our case, because we are a team of all women on International Women's Day. I think it's important to acknowledge that mana wahine that is a huge part of Square Edge. You know, we could do so much more if we could employ more people or give more hours to the people that we've got. And as you can see, wages is the biggest chunk for us. So while there's only four part-time staff, we do have to employ people to come in and hang exhibitions with me because I can't do it all myself. You know, so there is additional kind of money goes into that sort of thing as well. I just would like Council to bear that in mind as you're considering budgets. We really appreciate the $80,000 a year that you're giving us as part of the sector lead and SPG arrangement. But as you can see, it's a very small proportion of the money we need to actually stay afloat and to do what we do in community. Kia ora. Open to questions.
Thank you, Steph and Karen, Artistic Director. Note to self. Thank you. I'll open for questions. Councillor Zabellin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kia ora, Karen. Thank you for your report. I just wanted to note on page 30, as you just referred to, the staff had noticed there was an opportunity to develop in regards to collaborations for creating new opportunities. I noticed I'd received an invitation to the Regional Community Art Exhibition coming up in June.
Yes.
I wondered if that is an example of a new development that you're able to push, and whether you could tell us a little bit more about that.
Yes, it is. I mean, it's part of what we've been doing for a while, but we've formalised it more, which is important to note. I think we have been working with other regional, because as a sector lead, I believe our role is to awhi those little groups who are kind of struggling, who don't realise that they can apply for funding, who don't know what support is out there. And so what we've done recently is bring together small community arts groups from across our broader region. So we're reaching into places like Horowhenua, Tararoa, Manawatu, sort of bringing in all of these little community arts groups, which is very cool. There's a lot of real passion in these spaces because people often feel they're struggling too. So that is a collaborative that we've got funding from the Social Cohesion Fund, sorry, too many funds. Social Cohesion Fund that MSD tabled last year. Square Edge received $9,800 to formalise this program, which I hope will then continue in a way that allows us to kind of push into these people who are then pushing into their communities. So we're providing professional development, and some of that is around how to make our spaces safer and more inclusive, more diverse, more reflective of our communities. But also, how do you apply for funding? How do you stay afloat? What structure do we need? All of those sorts of things.
Right, thank you. So would you say Square Edge is able to act as a sort of mentor for some of those groups that are not as...
Oh yeah, very definitely. We're mentoring all the time, one-on-one with individuals, but also with community groups. Yeah.
Great, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and kia ora koutou. Good to see you both, Stephanie and Karen. One clarifying question just to start, if I might. Karen, in your slides, you put some budget numbers there and said that you knew that we had those. It didn't come through in our report, and I was just wondering if you had been providing them to officers on the expectation that we as elected members might see them, or kind of what led you to say that?
So they were part of our AGM hui, so I think council staff possibly have them, and I'm happy to send them through. Jane, our business manager, is not here today with me, but those figures are publicly available, so I'm happy to send them out if everybody would like to look at them.
Great. Well, it wasn't so much wanting to see them tabled suddenly. I was just kind of interested in the kind of information flow, and I think that helps to clarify that. Just interested, probably from both of you, there's a table in Stephanie's report that talks about agreed activities and then the assessment of those agreed activities. I'd just be interested in how those activities were agreed.
So through the SPG application process, groups suggest which activities they'd like to complete with their funding proposal that they put forward. And then through the assessment process, officers also determine which are the activities that align most with our strategic direction and priorities. And then there's a negotiation of the partnership agreement where the activities eventually land.
Thank you. Karen, would you be willing to comment kind of from, given that this is kind of a new framework, I'm really kind of interested kind of in how the process is working both from our officers' point of view as well as strategic partner leads in terms of getting to the point of agreement around activities.
Well, there was a little bit of negotiation around, because I think at the time that we set these criteria, when we've come back with some data, some of our programs have changed and things too. So I think we're trying to be fairly general with the language so that it allows us room to still continue to grow and change and develop within these categories. But yeah, I think they're all relevant. I'm not really, I'm comfortable with them. But I do think they will continue to possibly evolve, so I'm hoping they're not set in concrete, because, as an organisation we are quite fluid and we do tend to change, and we flow where the funding flows, so often our projects drive, where we end up.
Cool.
yeah, where we can get funding. Yeah.
Understood, thank you. Turning then, if I might, to the assessment of those agreed activities. Stephanie, could I just understand kind of what process is undertaken to assess them and what information feeds into that process?
So we have a dedicated advisor for each group, so there's ongoing conversations throughout the period of the contract. So we have a really good understanding of how the group is tracking, and then of course we get the 6 monthly quantitative data, and we get the written reports as well. So those are all assessed and then determined in the report.
Great, thank you. That's helpful. So just to clarify, then it's not just the report. There is kind of a relational element there as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Finally, Madam Chair, just wanted to explore a little bit with you, Karen, if we might. Just there are several references in your report to, I guess, how the organization is viewing itself now that it has that sector lead mandate. And some of that came through in terms of there was a list of sector lead characteristics, and there's kind of just a section there of reflections on sector leadership. And I just wondered a couple things. Did those characteristics kind of arise just in response, or were they kind of pre-existing?
No, I mean, I think we've perceived ourselves as a sector lead for a long time. You know, we're an organisation with 42 years of history in this space. We're a large organisation, and, you know, there's been survival through some turbulent periods for us. We're definitely in a space where we're thriving at the moment, but we need to grow. We need to grow our, you know, capacity to look after community better. So I think we've always been well aware of the things that we're good at as an organisation and maybe the things that we need to work on. So I don't think that those would be a surprise to anyone in the way that they've filtered into this. I'm trying to remember what I actually wrote, Brent, as I'm talking.
That's all right. Take a moment if you'd like to find, I think it was page 44 and 47 of our papers.
Oh, yeah. Cool. Yeah. I think, you know, a big part for me of being kaitiaki of the space is that we welcome our visitors and we want it to be a warm, safe space for people to come into. And so I'm very mindful of that. For me, if I'm in the galleries, I talk to people. You know, it's common sense, I think, for me. It's, you know, welcoming people in and ensuring they know what's happening. And so some of that's been around our communication with people, that people actually know who we are and what they can come and ask us to do for them, or that they can use our spaces and that we are accessible, and, you know, we try and provide things at a community rate, so it enables people to do things. There's no barriers to participation and access to our organisation.
Yeah.
But I think we're reliable, we have integrity. I think all of those things I felt really comfortable putting down there, because I feel like we have integrity as an organisation. Yes, we've had a rough few years, but for the last 3 years, I think we've worked really hard to shift that, you know, that patch that we had that didn't work so well for us. But we've got a great board in place, we've got a great team in place, and, you know, we really are walking the talk.
Thank you, Karen, for that further reflection. Just finally on that kind of sector lead space, I guess, now that there is that mandate being handed to a few organizations in the community, is there anything in place, and I guess would you see any value in having a kind of structured connectivity amongst sector leads in terms of kind of quarterly catch-ups amongst the community side of that, just to kind of compare notes, I suppose, and that sort of thing?
We do catch up. We have an arts managers hui, but we don't seem to have a separate one, but then we are pulled into things. So we're looking at a conference, you know, later in the year, so then that's when the sector leads orgs will come together and kind of hui and raise issues that are relevant for us. So we're definitely getting lots of opportunities to connect with each other, and we're all pretty good at talking to each other anyway. It's a small place, Pami, we all know the other people, so I think we do a good job of it. Yep.
It
Nods
looked
in the
like,
back there.
It looked like Stephanie might have a brief comment on that
Yeah,
as
go.
well.
Yeah, in addition to that, amongst the 7 sector lead groups, we've been organising regular catch-ups for them to share and connect with each other and
Yeah, brilliant.
problem solve and things. Yeah.
And they're fantastic, honestly. I think you learn so much from those other orgs, even if they're working in different spaces, we're all working in community, so there's always lots of relevant kind
Brilliant.
of things that you take away.
Cool, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Wood?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a question around occupancy. I engage with a lot of community groups who are looking for a more permanent space. Are you guys fully tenanted or do you have space available?
We have lots of venue space available for people to flow in and out of. As far as permanent spaces, we've got, well, there's a couple of gaps, but there's new tenants coming in, so we always have a waiting list, and which is great because our spaces are so affordable that community do want them. But hosting groups who want a regular meeting space, that sort of thing, you know, we're happy to talk to anyone about that and negotiate what that looks like.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. That was my question.
Thank you. A couple of questions just from me. You talked compellingly about your regional reach. And apologies if this was in the diagram, but do you receive any regional funding, so beyond Palmerston North City Council?
So the funding that we've got for this, and so I've just been doing this work as part of what I do, but the funding that we've got from the Social Cohesion Fund is covering this at the moment. Moving forward, we had a discussion yesterday, Gilly and I, around the fact that, you know, these councils need to be contributing, and if this is going to continue as a connection between us all, and I think it needs to. It doesn't need to cost a lot of money. I mean, we're used to doing things on a shoestring, so even if it's just that they host us for a hui once we do this. So we won't continue with professional development, but we'll continue with that networking and that discussion and that, you know, kind of inter-community development that happens when groups get together.
Thank you, Karen. And my last question was just about the conclusion, your concluding statements in your report, where you're talking about requires we clearly communicate what we're up to, and this is not a one-way street, and you go on to say, please invite us to the table.
Yep.
What would that look like for you, Karen?
I mean, time-wise, I'm a little pressed for fitting everything in, but I would love to be invited along to any of your hui that you feel actually there's a space here where creatives could be involved in some way, where our community could be involved in some way. I think we want to know what's happening around our city. We care because it has an impact on those who are coming into our space, into our whare and interacting with us. So the more we kind of are aware of what's going on in council, even if it's things that you think, you know, we're doing a sports ground down there. Maybe there's a wall down there that, you know, that someone in the community might, you know, have an opportunity to paint, or, you know, we can activate spaces if there's an opening for something. You know, we've got dance groups and all sorts of beautiful people in community that are looking for opportunities to showcase what they do and who they are and be involved, you know, so please just think about that. I know it feels like an add-on sometimes when you've got, you know, pipes and things to worry about. I don't know, you know, all of the other functional infrastructure things, you know, but I think we are politically connected and active and want to be aware of what's going on so that we can interact with not only our councillors but also our broader community. And the way to do that is to know what's happening and where there are opportunities for us to push out into community and do a better job of serving them as an organisation.
Thank you both. That is all the questions. So you'd like to take a seat back in the gallery.
Kia ora.
We'll move to the recommendation in front of us, that the committee resolves to receive the memorandum titled Annual Sector Lead Report Community Arts Palmerston North Incorporated, Square Edge Community Arts, presented to the Culture and Sport Committee on the 8th of March 2023, which I will move, seconded by Councillor Meehan. Thank you, and open for any comments. Councillor Johnson.
Well, I feel compelled to make a comment, of course. I will preface it by saying that I am the council appointee on the Square Edge board, so I'm not impartial in my comment making. But I would just like to congratulate Karen, Jane and the rest of the staff. I think that this is a superb snapshot of some of the brilliant work that's going on in Square Edge at the moment, and obviously being on the board, I'm aware of it, but I suspect that many people are not aware of all of the wonderful work that's going on, and I think Karen did a brilliant job there of explaining her approach, and you can no doubt take from that why it's been so successful over the last few years. So I think it's important to acknowledge the huge amount of work that staff put in. It's passion-driven. It's certainly not, working in the arts is certainly not an extremely well-paid option, but it is passion-driven, and you can hopefully sense that through the report and through Karen's presentation. And so, ngā mihi Karen and Jane, who's not here. Good job.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Thank you, Square Edge. Thank you for, we're going to hear from sector leads this morning, but I think this is a really important step in recognising the important contribution. It's quite nice that this is in culture and sport, because sector leads came from a discussion of saying if it's good for sport, then it's good for arts. And Sport Manawatu led the way in establishing what it means to have a long-standing, well-funded contractual arrangement with council that helps with some of those ongoing issues that we saw vividly brought to life in the Square Edge report about the struggle of constantly applying for funding and never being sure from one year or maybe 3-year cycle to the next what that's going to look like. And the view that this council took in the last triennium was that it was important to recognise those foundational partners by trying to work towards a more sustainable footing for funding. And we recognise that in the arts and culture sector, this is a trial over this 3-year period, and we'll step into that carefully to see what fish hooks there are that we'd maybe not thought about. But we can also reflect on the success of Sport Manawatu in understanding how this kind of relationship can be vital. And I think Square Edge have just backed that one right up this morning. And to note the comment about the necessary functional infrastructure that Council focuses on, which is of course true. However, there is also very necessary social infrastructure that our sector lead organisations and our community groups more broadly contribute to in such a very important way. The pipes are all well and good, but if there's nobody here to use them, that will not be much use. So we have to focus on functional and social infrastructure, and one is not more important than the other, in my view. And on that basis, I will ask you to vote on this resolution in front of us. So all those in favour, please raise your hand. That is carried. Thank you very much. Now, keeping a watchful eye on the time and noting that food will be arriving in 7 minutes by my clock, we are going to skip to what I think will be a short report, note to everybody, which is the Victoria Esplanade User Group Amendment Terms of Reference. If we could move to that one, please. So, Aaron Phillips, Activities Manager, Parks, is coming to present that. Thank you, Aaron, for working with my juggle.
Sorry, councillors, I won't be a moment. I just need to catch up with the agenda page.
147.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if I see Mayor and councillors. This one I think is relatively straightforward. The Victoria Esplanade User Group has been operating for quite some time, but since its original inception there's been a couple of changes to the membership that we'd like to see for the Lions and the Bonsai Club, and I apologise, I noted a typo in my report earlier, just in case the sharp-eyed have seen that, and I put Lions under the Bonsai paragraph. Apologies, poor cut and paste in that case. In terms of the functioning of the user group, the staff and myself in particular lately have been organising, chairing and reporting on the meetings. The user group states that should be a shared approach with the people taking turns, but we believe it's operating really well currently. We don't need to do that, so happy to take questions.
Are there any questions for Aaron on this? Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Aaron. I was going to ask about the Lions Club being in twice, so you beat me on that. In terms of the changes that you're proposing, have these been discussed with the user group?
They were raised at our last meeting, which was last Monday night, not the one just past, the one before, so 10 days ago. They also circulated via email, and there's been no concerns raised about the changes.
Okay, so the user group are on board with these changes then?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Being none, thank you, Aaron. So, the committee resolves to receive the memorandum titled Disappearing Recommendation. There. The council... No, it's gone again. I'll read it out from the papers. The council approve amendments to the 2018 Victoria Esplanade User Group Terms of Reference as detailed in attachment 1 of this report. That's the recommendation for the Victoria Esplanade User Group Amendment to Terms of Reference report. I'm happy to move that. Seek a seconder. Councillor Hancock, thank you. Any comments on this? There being none, I will ask us to vote and raise your hands in favour if you so wish. That's everyone in the room. Yep. Carried. Thank you. Well, that only took 4 minutes of the 8 I'd allocated, but we will break for morning tea at this point, inviting our guests to join us out there in the link span, and there are some others joining us as well. Look forward to the conversation over food. As we gather, Councillor Fitzgerald, could I ask you to bless the food as we go through? Thank you. And we will reconvene at 11 a.m. Thank you.
Lou, they're just going for morning tea for half an hour, and then they'll be back at 11 o'clock.
Okay, thanks, Leonie.
Yes, Councillor Harpiter, back at 11 a.m.
I'm just telling Lou.
Oh, I got a crook tummy. Yeah.
Kia ora. We will get back underway again. Kia ora, Simon. Thank you. That was a lovely morning tea. Thank you to the staff for organising, and lovely to have the opportunity to network with our wider sector. I think that networking is continuing outside, which is why we're closing the doors, to keep the noise on that side. We move back into our agenda, and just to note that Councillor Finlay is now joining us online. So we move to item 8 on our agenda, which is the second of our annual sector lead reports, this time from Creative Sound Society Incorporated, the Stomach. Steph Velvin, Community Development Manager, coming down again, joined by Harry Lilly from the Stomach.
Kia ora, Stephanie Velvin, Community Development Manager. I will keep it very brief this time. Creative Sounds also present their annual report today. They have a history of some 30 plus years with Council, and their report also demonstrates a strong performance during this period. I'm joined by Harry Lilly, Creative Sounds Manager, to present.
Kia ora, thank you, Stephanie. Kia ora, good morning. Ko Harry Lilly aho, kai whakahaere Manager for the Stomach and Creative Sound Society. I was told to keep it brief, so I wrote myself some notes, but I'd just like to start by thanking Karen and councillors for the discussion this morning and the presentations this morning, because I think they've already covered many of the key issues that I was hoping to try and fit into my brief time. So I'll stick to a bit of an introduction and explanation of who we are and what we do as an organisation and as a community for the councillors that don't know us already, but many of you will already be familiar with the kind of work that we do. So back to the script. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present this morning. As you've just heard, Creative Sound Society was formed in April 1988, and we established the Stomach, an all-ages, alcohol-free, accessible, inclusive and affordable music centre at that time. The Stomach is a venue, a space to rehearse, and a recording studio for our local music community. Since the beginning, we've worked in partnership with PNCC, initially with council staffing of the facilities, later with a PNCC operating grant, and CSSI as the employer. Together, we have developed the Stomach from what was a rundown workshop into a leading community facility with dedicated, fit-for-purpose, specialised spaces and equipment. The Creative Sound Society in that time has grown to over 300 members, and each year we interact with thousands of users who cover a very wide spectrum of age, gender, ethnicity, ability, genre, interest, and identity. We support our community directly through facilities and service provision, and through advice, support, education, and development opportunities. We host gigs, workshops, daily rehearsals, music therapy sessions, recording sessions, and provide equipment hire. Our users come from predominantly the Palmerston North area, but also the surrounding regions. The Stomach is a hub, the centre of the spokes, is like how we would like to describe it often, for all people who are musical. Our organisation is supported by the generosity, skills and experience of our volunteers and our small team of staff, emphasis on small. We string together operating and capital funding from a range of sources to support a very diverse range of services and community outcomes centred on music. We do all this to support creativity in the interest of, I've got the button here, I don't know, there it is. In the interest of improving individual self-esteem and community cultural development, and I just wanted to bring our attention to that because often we're thought of as a music place, a music space, but really that's our key goal, and we do that through music as the main form of interaction. That's what's bringing us together as a community of interest. We're immensely proud of the positive outcomes we achieve on what is essentially an incredibly thin budget. Our independent spirit and DIY ethos continue to be key tenets of our organisation and our music community. This year, we celebrate 35 years of continuous operation in partnership with PNCC. That's something to really be celebrated. It's incredibly rare for a music organisation, one that was independent, run by a bunch of punks to start with, to become something that's so long-lasting and is so meaningful. Over these years, our music community and services have supported the development of thousands of young people. I can't put a number on it, 35 years is such a long time. They've all built their confidence, gained skills, and importantly, expressed themselves creatively among what is a very enthusiastic and supportive community of musicians and audiences in our city. The Stomach is a unique treasure. We're revered and recognised across Aotearoa, both the music and arts communities, and that's for what is our groundbreaking model. It's a model that supports community development and inclusivity of young people and of those who might not be supported or necessarily welcomed into other spaces. We're looking forward to the rest of this year, which will see more people and more creative projects. We're also looking forward to working with Council to continue developing the sector-lead relationship, which we've heard much about this morning. We hope this will enable us as an organisation to focus our energy more on working with and delivering for our community through a more secure and supported funding relationship. The funding and support we receive from PNCC is the foundation upon which we have built our success. And in addition to that, we secure funding from a wide range of agencies, each supporting some aspect or project of our operational and capital expenses. So really, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the Council again for the ongoing support that they've provided. That is the basis for our organisation to succeed. And so it really does mean a lot that we have this relationship, and it's something that's I'm often quizzed about by all the travelling musicians and arts managers and council officers that come to visit the place. You know, why is it that this exists, and how is it that it exists, and why is it so amazing and awesome? So just draw that attention back to that council support. Thank you for your time. Be very happy to take your questions. Much I'd like to say, but I'll keep it brief.
Kia ora, Harry and Steph, thank you for that. I will open for questions. I just wanted to start, Harry, there's a comment in your report, which is looking to the future rather than behind, but you talked about an opportunity for PNCC to adopt the best practice agent of change principle before inner city residential and commercial development becomes disruptive to our city's economic arts activities. I wondered if you would, could you tell us more about what you're seeing there as the risk and then the opportunity?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll put my other hat on as a member of the Music Commission Board and as a member of the Save Our Venues Aotearoa organisation, and something that's really come to the forefront in some other cities in New Zealand recently, namely Dunedin and prior to that Auckland, but this is an ongoing issue, is that we're all very keen to develop our cities and to do the work to make them wonderful, livable cities. However, that comes with challenges, and unless I think government takes some kind of leadership role in ensuring that development is done well, we will find that there will be contestation around space within the city, and key community assets like music venues and cultural institutions will be challenged by what is encroaching residential and commercial development. So new things will be built, people will move into these spaces where we've existed, and we've seen in other cities that if nothing's done to plan for that, the noise that we make, the people that come into the city to enjoy cultural experiences or to gather as a community will draw complaints from the new residents or the new commercial entities. So this is something that council could address before it becomes a problem, and I know that there's been some discussion, there's other plans in process around cultural and community and civic development. So I just want to continue to draw that to your attention so that it's addressed early rather than leaving it too late. If you'd like to look for some excellent examples of implementation, Dunedin City Council recently issued a statement. I think I've included it in some of the other briefing documents that we've provided to Council for the 10-year planning process about the commitment of the City Council to support music and arts communities in the city and to address the issues. And if you look in the Otago Daily Times, you'll see a whole raft of articles about how new developments are basically shutting down music venues there. But also Music Victoria over in Australia have executed a really excellent project with their legislature to ensure that new development and new development of residential and commercial, but also new development of music venues. Both are working together to mitigate the issues, so around noise spill, around people coming into the city to hang out in the evening, making sure that that's planned for before it becomes an issue. So there are really good examples out there. And I imagine too there's plenty of planning theory that you could draw upon too.
Thank you, Harry. Councillor Johnson had a question.
I've got two, actually.
Oh,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Harry. First of all, just want to acknowledge that the Stomach was one of the organisations that advocated for the lead sector sort of partnership. Well done. What is your reflection on how it's working? Because clearly you had a vision of what it might be like in putting forward the concept, and I'm interested in your early reflection on how it's working.
Yeah, thank you. I'd say I think we're on the right track. There are some areas that we have opportunities to develop. I've experienced a number of different funding models with council through the Stomach and other organisations, and I think council has a real opportunity at this point to ensure that we don't just change the name of what we're doing and change the headlines and how we plan around it, but actually there's an opportunity here to really resource council itself and also the community organisations to work together to work in partnership. So far this is a trial, so in practice the main thing that's happened is that our relationships with council officers have had a bit more attention, and we've had a bit more time to work through what might be going on. But from my perspective, it seems as though council officers are under-resourced, and there could be more capacity within council to actually engage with community organisations like ourselves, as well as we would like to be resourced better too.
Okay, thank you. I'm just noting that down. A second question is around your priority to celebrating the city's history and diversity, building on being a city of many cultures and languages. Can you give us a kind of a broad kind of summary of the different ethnic diversity groups that use the Stomach?
Sure. Musicians, music is a universal language among cultures. So we, as an organisation, support music within the city, and that takes many forms. So that might be supporting community cultural organisations with their events through provision of backline services. So backline is the equipment that you need to run an event. Drums, amplifiers, the nuts and bolts, but also with advice. And then so that covers quite a wide range of community organisation and cultures. And then further to that, the musicians themselves that are engaging with our services, they come from the whole spectrum of Palmerston North, and we would like to see more engagement with migrant communities for sure. I think that's definitely an area that all organisations could work on, but I think too we need to address that there would need to be more resourcing available to our organisation to go out and do more community outreach work, and to be an organisation that we would aspire to be, which is one that is able to be responsive to the community needs. But to be responsive to the community needs, you need to have the time and the resources and the people to actually engage with that community, to find out who they are, how they work, what their challenges are, what it might be that they might gain from a partnership with us, and then also to work at their pace to develop those relationships. So while there are a number of communities accessing the Stomach at the moment for a wide range of our services, right from recording, rehearsal, events, and then more specifically identified community cultural activities like events outside of the Stomach, we would like to do more work in that space.
Okay, so there's room for development there,
Always.
but it needs to be resourced.
Yeah, always room for development in that space. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and kia ora koutou. Good to see you both. Firstly, similar to the line of questioning around SECA, just around the kind of reaching of agreed activities and the assessment, is it a parallel process here? Is there anything that you might add to that?
I think my earlier comment about resourcing for council, I think if council was better resourced to engage with us, and we were better resourced to engage with council, we would have, perhaps more meaningful wording or more meaningful arrangements of outcomes and measurements. But the major challenge I see is that we are very small organisations with a very, very wide community impact, reaching into many communities and bringing many communities into our doors. If we're not resourced to be able to do the work to develop these outcomes, to develop our strategic plans, because this all happens above the coalface, above actually working with people. A small organisation like ours expends a huge amount of our staff resourcing on development of plans, development of data capturing processes, those sorts of things. It's a zero-sum game. If we take energy away from there, we're taking energy away from actually working with people. So at the moment, I think there's room for development in that space for sure, but again, more resourcing required.
Thank you. Stephanie, anything you wanted to add?
It is a parallel process to the way that we work with SECA and the other sector-led organisations.
Cool.
We have implemented this trial without additional resource on the staff, on the officer side and on the organisation side.
Thank you. The area that I was interested to explore here with you both, hopefully, was around the results-based accountability and kind of numbers that fall out of that process. And just, I suppose my general question is, what do you see as the strengths and potentially weaknesses of an RBA, especially in a smaller organizational setting, and how we as elected members might want to contextualize things that come through a process like that?
Sure. I think it's an excellent question. Anyone who's delved into quantitative versus qualitative reporting would have come across these issues before, but essentially I think the RBA came around as a way of being able to provide, well, my understanding is to provide some solid numbers around what is essentially inherently qualitative work that we do. So my personal perspective and our organisational perspective is that qualitative reporting is where it's at. We would like to tell stories. We would like to support our narration to council through demonstration of what we are doing and what it means, rather than starting with this is how many people and what we do. I understand that there's a need for some level of quantitative accountability, but I think the focus could be laid more onto the qualitative aspect of this. And this has been something that, through my time at Creative Sound Society, we've discussed at length with council, and we've gone back and forth in reporting formats several times over the years around what the priority is there. There is another challenge with RBA, which is essentially around we're asking people in our community to respond to a survey to give us useful and meaningful data. As you'd be aware, you need quite a large survey response to get meaningful data. Asking people who are engaging in a service isn't always necessarily going to get you a response, and that's a very significant challenge that we face. I'd say we have very low survey response. People are more interested in the qualitative and the social experience of using our services and talking to us and feeding back that way than filling out a survey.
Thank you. Stephanie, not to put you on the spot, but it's just really helpful for us to hear both an officer perspective and a partner perspective in terms of the RBA space especially.
Sure. RBA is a relatively new approach that we're using, so we only brought this in for the SPG period one round before, and it has been a bit of a learning experience for officers as well as the organisations, and there are some challenges with it in terms of the sector that we're working with. not so much in the sector lead groups, but in other organisations, there's often churn of staff, and so because it's slightly more complex than some reporting, we are having to re-engage and re-educate essentially to ensure that we're getting the quality of data for what we need. So there are some challenges with it in that sense, but I think what we're starting to see as it becomes the norm are some really interesting insights, and it does provide us that overall picture of the impact of this money that we're investing through the community. So yeah, I'll leave it there.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. If I could just briefly follow that. Probably for you, Stephanie, just hearing the comment about kind of low uptake sometimes of opportunities to be surveyed. Kind of, do we have thresholds around kind of numbers of respondents that we need to see before we kind of weigh things, and is there ways that some of that could be communicated to elected members as well? Because kind of what I'm seeing here is a number of averages, and from a statistics point of view, averages are kind of only part of a story, and then we don't necessarily know how many people were participating, kind of what the highs and the lows were. We just see an average. So to try to form a question of this, Madam Chair, you know, is there more information that could be shared with elected members to help us better understand the information that's potentially within the RVA?
We do have numbers of the people who were surveyed as well as the numbers who responded, so we calculate the percentages in the box you see there. So we could provide that information as well. We work with each group as to what would be appropriate in terms of response rate. So yeah, we acknowledge that it's not practical for most of our organisations to gather data and survey every single client that they're seeing. So we do work with them on what's yeah, an appropriate representation of the groups that they're working with.
Great. Thank you both, Madam Chair.
Councillor Mikolad, you had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think my first question around diversity and building capacity in supporting other community organizations has been answered to my satisfaction. So my second question, I think, would be around operation funding. And apologies if you covered this prior to me entering the room. You mentioned the report that you need to find suitable operation funding sources to meet the cost of maintaining your current level of staffing and program delivery. And also you've mentioned that in recent years, PNCC, and you've worked with PNCC and other key funders. So I just want to ask probably if you guys also tried approaching Creative New Zealand or the New Zealand Music Commission as well for funding, and if you've used that avenue, what's the outcome of it so far?
I'm always happy to speak about funding. Thank you. So yeah, Creative Sounds, yeah, we work with a baseline operating grant from Palmerston North City Council, and further to that, we currently hold contracts with Manatū Taonga, Ministry for Culture and Heritage, which is specifically a COVID regeneration fund for the arts sector. That has a time frame that money runs out at the end of next year. We also have a small grant, and I say small, we're talking $10,000 to $15,000 per annum for operating from Lottery Community at the moment. That's renewed annually, and it generally doesn't get much bigger than that. And then further to that, we have had funding through the New Zealand Music Commission, specifically for COVID regeneration funding and support payments for music venues and music organisations. However, there is no specific funding available through that agency or through Creative New Zealand that would be suitable for our organisation. It's an avenue that we explore often, but generally speaking, the scale of what we're doing, the area in which we are doing it limits us to a certain group of funders, and our organisation is essentially always looking for suitable operating funding, so funding that actually sits well with the kind of organisation that we are and what we do. It's not going to require us to create a whole tranche of new work to access some funding, because that comes with its own range of problems. And then beyond that, we're looking for small grants. So the other stuff that we get is 5K here, 3K here, which in the scheme of an organisation with 4 staff members is nothing. It just doesn't go very far at all. So at the moment, our key funding relationships are with those 3, Palmerston North City Council, Manatū Taonga and Lottery Community. However, we can see the writing on the wall. There's only 1 more year from Manatū Taonga, and there's no plan so far for them to renew that funding availability. Essentially, we will see a major operating funding cut when that goes, and we will have to examine very closely what it is that we're able to achieve. At the moment, that Manatū Taonga funding supports our activities in the outreach space, so I'd expect to see a reduction in our capacity there, reduction in opening hours if that money was to go, and also we receive a small amount of money from Lottery Community. That's for a much wider region than the Palmerston North City Council, so that money specifically is tagged to supporting the surrounding regions, which we have a lot of engagement with. But in the scheme of things, we'd be looking for more operating funding that reflects the work that we do across the entire region, centred in Palmerston North. So, yeah.
If I can just follow up on that, the funding received through Creative New Zealand and the New Zealand Music Commission, I think what I'm just trying to ascertain or understand, was it sizable or enough to sort of take care of the stuff that you mentioned here ahead of the challenges that you're facing in terms of maintaining the cost of staffing and program delivery?
Yeah. To be frank, the amount of money we receive for what we deliver is very small, and at this stage, we're not receiving enough operating funding to support the level of staffing that we have, let alone what will happen when we lose that money. So our operating contract from Manatū Taonga is for $64,000 a year, and that's to support a staff member and a program of work. That's a full-time staff member, so we're not talking about large sums of money here.
Yeah. And just to follow up on that, how many staff do you guys?
We are 3.5 full-time equivalent plus contractors.
Wow. Yeah.
So yeah, it's a very, very small budget.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for that. Appreciate that.
Okay.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Harry and Stephanie. Could you just remind us if there's a backstory to the name The Stomach?
Absolutely. My understanding is that in the early 1990s there was a competition held, or like a workshop held with some school students to suggest a name for the venue, which at that point had gone from being a combined venture with Te Aroha Noa when the council put the building out for availability. And once it was decided that Creative Sounds would take over the building full time and Te Aroha Noa would get another facility, it needed a name, so one of the kids came up with The Stomach, and that's just what it is, and that's how it's always been known, and that's the name we carry first most places, and then Creative Sound Society takes a bit of explanation.
Yes. Yeah. And just to follow on, Madam Chair. So 1988 when they started, so you're 35 years old. Can I just say that I understand you're leaving us in May this year, so for your 10 years of commitment and contribution, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Been a real pleasure.
I think that was a comment, Councillor, but I will forgive it because it was on my list as well. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You've sparked my interest, particularly around funding, because you mentioned that you engage with a lot of other music organisations from around New Zealand. I imagine you have conversations with them about funding. What is the norm across the country? Are music organisations primarily council funded, or government, or membership funded, or is it a mix?
It's a mix across the country. So each council gives us, varying amounts to music programs or to community venues that house music. We are certainly a unique model that we have a long-term partnership with Palmerston North City Council. That's quite a rare thing. However, more common these days, we're seeing councils coming to us and asking us how would that work and how would we engage. And a recent example was the redevelopment of Toi Toi in Hastings. We had Hastings District Council, I believe, come over, and they basically decided that they would like to fund dedicated music space for the community following our model. So while it's not the norm that the council is funding and supporting a venue, often it's council leased buildings, so they're providing some kind of lease relief to music venues, or it's music fitting into other council supported or council owned facilities like theatres and other spaces that might be made available. So it's a very interesting range of models across the country.
Oh, very interesting, thank you.
Councillor Hancock.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Harry. Look, just to be really specific, just around the funding, when the COVID relief funds from, I think, 2 sources you mentioned, when they run out, what is the likely deficit for Creative Sounds?
At this stage, operating budget, we'd be looking at $50,000 deficit that we would be looking to fill to maintain the level of staffing that we have currently.
Right, and that runs out at the end of 2024, is that
That's
correct?
right, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're all very clear as to what that challenge is. Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hancock. Deputy Mayor.
Tēnā koe, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor Hancock. You answered a question I was going to ask. However, ngā mihi ki a koe, Harry and Stephanie. Harry, just wanted to ask, given your comment about signalling to the council it might be beneficial if we're mindful of the fact that development around in the inner city area and certainly around the stomach is considered. Is the facility you currently have, is that sufficient, or would you, to meet your needs, do you think it's going to be good for the next 10 years, or should it be bigger?
I love the question, thank you. We work to capacity with the space that we have. So our organisation fills the space and with the staffing that we have, so that's pretty much 7 days a week, shows, people coming in to rehearse, use the recording studio. I have often wondered what would happen if we made it 2 stories and had a whole raft of new rehearsal spaces and a much bigger studio. I think we would be able to achieve a lot more with that space, hand in hand with staffing to operate it. That's very important. Be all well and good to have a new building, but without staffing, we wouldn't be able to do much. And I'd point to the previous decade when the council co-invested in the redevelopment of the facilities that we are in now through council grant, Central Energy Trust and Creative Sounds. We managed to redevelop the building from a workshop into the community facility that it is now, and we've done subsequent work with both council and Central Energy Trust to further improve the facilities and the built infrastructure. But the redevelopment happened. We opened the new building in 2009, I think it was, and then we saw a fairly major funding reduction from council, went down to 1 staff member, and we're only able to open for 5 days a week on a regular 40-hour work schedule for that 1 staff member, which massively undercut the work that had been done to develop the facilities that we're in. So I think long term we would love to see a new building, but I think it's among a number of challenges for an organisation like ourselves and the kind of work that we're trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you. That is all the questions. Thank you, Harry. Thank you, Steph, for presenting that report. I will move that the committee resolve to receive the memorandum titled Annual Sector Lead Report, Creative Sound Society Incorporated, The Stomach, presented to the Culture and Sport Committee on 8th March 2023, seconded by Councillor Meehan, and open that for any comments. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just to make a comment first of all about the stomach, then I just want to make some comments about the sector lead partnerships. First of all, thanks very much, Harry, and your staff for all of the work that's been done over the years, and we wish you all the best in your travels. I think what's come through to me has been how important it is to have dedicated staff in these community organisations who understand the community that they're serving and are able to run on the sniff of an oily rag, basically, to achieve some, quite far-reaching community outcomes on clearly, very small amount of money. And both in the Stomach report and in Square Edge report was clear to me that there's huge potential for further community development in both of these organisations, but the barrier, I guess, is capacity around resourcing. And it's also become clear that it's not just resourcing of the organisations themselves, but it's also our own internal resourcing in terms of what officer support we can provide. And so I think my reflection, and it's an early reflection, I admit, but my reflection on the lead sector agreement trial so far is that it's produced some very interesting and useful insights on the current situation for a couple of our key community organisations, but also our own internal resourcing. And so I'm very interested to see the reports from the other organisations that are coming up over the next few weeks. But it seems to me that we're getting quite a lot more information and depth of understanding of some of the barriers to development in our community sector through these reports. And so I'm very, very pleased to have them. Thank you.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to briefly comment, fully endorse Councillor Johnson's commentary, so won't recover that ground. My questions around the, especially the results-based accountability, and I think helping us as an organisation and as elected members understand some of the challenges around data that might come through there, and being plea to officers, I suppose, to be in a position where we get sufficient information to contextualize something, that if we see a percentage or if we see a certain number, we actually understand what's behind that and don't run the risk of rushing to conclusion. Wanted to briefly speak, just to acknowledge Harry's contribution, not only during the time, or not only through that capacity in the Stomach, but I think, kind of the helping us think as a council more broadly about the entire community sector, the entire relationship of council with community. I've always found your contributions very helpful in terms of expanding our thinking there and keeping us accountable in that space. And so while that service, I think, has been most directly realized through your role in the Stomach, I think it's helped our thinking across this entire community and the communities within the city. And so I want to acknowledge and appreciate that, and wish you well in the next chapter.
Snaps for that, Councillor Barrett. Yes, thank you. Thank you for the report and the opportunity to comment in receiving it. It's always a pleasure, actually, at the beginning of a new triennium, to hear our stories refreshed. And for your presentation today, in response to Councillor Fitzgerald's comment about where the name The Stomach came from, in reflecting on 35 years of a service delivery that we so much take for granted in this community. It's so embedded, so woven into the fabric of who we are and what we do, that we actually don't often stop and reflect on just how special and just how unique that is. To hear that Toi Toi, which we'd probably all recognise as a beacon facility at the moment, came to us to find out how they might do that kind of work. That's really encouraging. And reflects really well on that partnership that was established by councils in the past and has continued, mostly successfully, for 35 years. Interesting also in that conversation to have that reflection on the time when it wasn't so successful and the funding was cut and the community were outraged, and that decision was quickly put back again. So just because we don't always think about how special something is, let's not test whether people still think it's special by considering taking their funding away. I think we'd find out there just how valued this was in our community if we weren't already aware of that, which I think we are. And I certainly echo the comments from Councillor Barrett. To you personally, Harry, you've been a totara in our arts community. Your reach has gone way beyond the work that you've done at the Stomach into providing real leadership in our sector, and your voice will be missed, but I hope we lure you back in some way. Because it would be a shame to lose the impetus that we have, the momentum that is there in the Stomach as a regional leadership organisation and a regional opportunity. And that's something I'm hearing consistently coming through with our sector lead organisations and others, is that Palmerston North is the capital of our region, and the services that we provide go far beyond our local government boundary into our regional territorial partners. So somehow in the future, I hope we can find a way to reflect that. But I think I will leave those comments there and pick up some of those lessons you've left us for other discussions into those discussions. I think we've all made notes frantically. Thank you to Creative Sounds, the Stomach, for that report. And I will ask you to vote to receive it. If you're in favour, please raise your hands. That's everybody in the room and online. Carried. Thank you. So the next item on our agenda is Artificial Football Turf Feasibility Study. Long-Term Plan Programme 1906. And Anne-Marie Mori is back up to speak to that. Thank you, Anne-Marie.
Kia ora koutou, back again, Anne-Marie Mori, Policy Analyst in the Strategic Planning Unit. Online we do have a few folk that are listening in. We've got Jacob Oram from Massey University, Sport Advancement Manager, and I understand John McGifford, who's Special Projects Manager from Central Football, is also online. He is based in Napier, and Deb Hurdle, who was the lead consultant for this work from RSL. I'd just like to note that this work has involved a team. So Aaron Phillips, Activities Manager, Parks, and also Brad Cassidy, Sport Manawatu, General Manager, Partnerships, were involved in this project, helping guide the piece of work that has been done. So just, I won't labour the long history with this project, but as part of the current LTP, Council agreed to fund and undertake a feasibility study last financial year in response to approaches by Central Football for support for an artificial football turf. So that is well documented in the feasibility study, the history, background to the project. Now completed, the feasibility study provides Council with a critical decision point to inform or to confirm funding decisions. I just want to note here, there were some comments made previously about the pace of work. Often that is somewhat dependent on having the funds available to commission those pieces of work, and also is in part related to the drive and energy or the availability of those proponent groups, groups advocating for facilities to get in behind with, being able to fund pieces of research essentially themselves. The benefit of having done this work is critical. Basically, it informs not only Council's decision, but that of any other investors, like grants bodies, gaming trusts, etc. So, although it may seem a long-winded process, we are, following the decision-making process in the Regional Sports Facility Plan as a best practice model to navigate through proving that there is a need for such facility and then proving again that it's feasible. So we're at this point of presenting the feasibility study back to you, and that has found that that an artificial football turf is feasible if located at Massey University in partnership with the university and Central Football. And I won't go into all of the reasons. Again, they are detailed in the comprehensive feasibility study. But this conclusion has predominantly been based on the evidence of a shortfall in playable training fields in the city, particularly for football. Just also like to note that last year Council was presented with an update to the Palmerston North sections of the Regional Sports Facility Plan, and it's just important to highlight that investment in an additional turf was identified as a high priority as part of that piece of work. And in addition to that, it did recommend that Council should strive to foster partnerships with third-party providers and optimise the use of the facilities before developing new. Once the feasibility study was concluded, a bit of work for me really to test the findings against the Regional Sports Facility Plan investment decision-making process evaluation criteria. That's a mouthful. But that's really important to really, I suppose, test the strength of the case for the facility. And this analysis has concluded that there is merit in beginning discussions with Massey University and Central Football and other key stakeholders to really lead into a memorandum of understanding, which has been a recommendation of the consultants. I am happy to take any questions, and I'm sure the other team will back me if there are any tricky technical questions that you may be wanting answered.
Councillor Barrett, noting Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I might, through you, direct a question to Mr. Oram online.
In what regard? Do you want to test the question with me and then we'll see?
Wanting to understand, with Massey's increased appetite for being a virtual institution, how that sits in terms of sport, and specifically how that sits in terms of sport facility development.
I'm not sure if Mr. Oram is able to answer that question, but are you prepared to give it a go, Jacob?
I'm able to try, but I'd like John to come off mute as well. Apologies, I am at home with COVID and my cat's just jumped on the piano. But look, we have moved online, absolutely, and I think a lot of education, especially tertiary, had to do that during COVID. But there is a push to bring staff and students, and it started last year, back to campus, and that has definitely begun. But I think the specific nature of this turf, obviously being football and being a more community facility, is not just about Massey and the Massey Club, because it's not. It's a community facility. John and others, Donald Piper and Darren Mason and a lot of people beforehand, and Anne-Marie will know this, is that this is for Central Football, for Manawatu football, for the community, for kids and players of all ages. So I understand what you're saying with regards to Massey being online, but we have been an online provider for a long, long time as well. And even though COVID potentially shifted those goalposts, mind the pun, for a period, there is definitely a push to get students back onto campus in particular. And I'll also say, and I'd like John to correct me if I'm wrong, but the football club at Massey in particular is very, very strong and has a number of teams. So in terms of this, again, being a football facility, is that, even if these students are on our fourth campus, which is our online campus, they are still able to and will play, and have shown that they will play through registrations and basically our playing numbers, that our Massey club is strong. I hope that went some way to answering that question.
Thank you.
Thank you, that has, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Harpiter online.
Thanks, Madam Chair. This is a question, I think, for Anne-Marie, and if Cameron's there, it might be for Cam. What would be the City Council's contribution? Have we had that discussion we know the total cost of the project. So what would be the City Council's contribution to the project?
At the moment, there is a capital contribution in year 4 of the LTP, but I see that these discussions would be critical, I suppose, in determining the level of council's contribution, or for that to be confirmed.
Sorry, Anne-Marie, can you clarify what you mean by that?
Well, my understanding of the current program is a capital program, and it has been based on the turf being located on council land. Any partnered turfed option, it would need to change to an operational program, and I suppose at this point I think that the assumption is made that half of the capital costs would be met by council and half would be met through external fundraising. But I think the actual numbers need to be worked through with the partners, the potential partners, to, I suppose, confirm the level of contribution that would be sought from the council.
Thanks, Anne-Marie. Just to clarify, the recommendation 2 talks about establishing level of funding commitment, and that will be part of the report that comes back.
Yes, it's a major part of, I think, the partnering arrangement is about how the respective partners are going to be contributing and how much the council then might be, I suppose, what level of investment council is able or willing to make.
Councillor Harpiter, anything else?
Yeah, can I have a follow-up question? Thank you, Madam Chair. This is probably to either Massey or Mr McGifford, and it's probably, whether it's a preliminary question, is do you think that there would be Massey, Massey probably would be the land, but would the football club be a willing partner in terms of partnering with us for funding?
I'll start off. Massey has already agreed to provide the land, which at time of valuation I think was around about $600,000. So Massey has, as I say, agreed to provide that land as part of this development, and that's at this stage the extent of the university's contribution, which is no small figure, to be fair.
Through you, Madam Chair. John McGifford, Central Football. Certainly we would not be asking the club for any sort of donation or contribution towards the field, but Central Football as a federation would certainly be looking at working collaboratively with all partners to fund whatever that balance may be. I appreciate that's been quite up in the air for a number of years now, given we are, if we wind the clock back to around 2015 when this was first mooted, a fair period of time has changed, has passed since then, and clearly costs have escalated since then as well too. So, once we're more certain in terms of we have a certain figure around 2.7 million, I think. Once we can sit down and talk to council exactly where that contribution, if available, what it's going to be. Central Football is certainly very happy to work collaboratively with council into how we fund the balance, and we do have some ideas around that. I appreciate that there, and sorry to wind the clock back again, at one stage there was a potential FIFA commitment, which was later withdrawn. We've been aware of that since 2018, and that money won't be available. And we've done some funding models around how we can fill that gap.
Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Anne-Marie, I note in your report in 6.7, you say that Central Football will only support fundraising if the site chosen is at Massey University. And I also note in the feasibility study in table 3.1 that both CET Arena, which is obviously council-owned, and Massey University met all the suitability criteria. So I'm interested to know if the recommendation to agree that the football turf be at Massey has been influenced by the central football position on co-funding.
To answer that, I think when sites are being considered, it's very easy just to concentrate on the physical attributes. I see that in this case, and would probably be the case in all partnered facilities, the organisational and I suppose the human aspects or the non-physical aspects need to be brought into the picture and helping make that decision about what site. It's not just the site that's most suitable, it's all of the other factors that contribute to, I suppose, seeing a facility proposal or concept translate into reality. That's been, I suppose, a reflection in all of this types of work, that it's easy to focus on the sites, and I suppose as a city we're very lucky that we have choice available. But I suppose in the instance where we have, even for a turf to be located on a council-owned site, an expectation of half of that being externally fundraisers, it needs some sort of partnership. So yes, I mean, to answer, I think there has been, Central Football have made their position quite clear, that they would prefer an artificial turf facility to be located at Massey. But I suppose if that did not, I suppose, pan out as we enter into discussions, then there are other opportunities to look at other sites.
Okay, thank you. So just to be very clear, in terms of how council would fund this turf, if it's on council land, it's a capital new programme. If it's on someone else's land, Massey or whoever, it's an operational expenditure. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. Is Cam there, or Kathy? Yes.
That's correct.
That is correct, yeah.
Okay, so, all right, thank you. That's very clear. Thank you.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question that pertains to the two tables in this report, one on page 85 regarding the suitability of proposed sites, and one on page 126 regarding the recommendation on a preferred site. So on page 85, Massey University fully meets the right criteria of location. On page 126, it only partially meets the criteria of proximity to the playing population, which to me sort of is what location is all about, unless there's some other criteria in here that I'm missing. So I'm just wondering if you could address the concerns that are reflected in table 100 or page 126, that Massey doesn't have the same benefit of proximity to the playing population that the other sites did have, and what steps are taken or what conference we've been given to address that Massey, in terms of location, will be suitable for the players accessing it, particularly in terms of transport.
If I could perhaps ask Deb, who authored the report, to answer that question, if I may.
Absolutely. We can't hear you, I'm afraid, Deb.
I was being responsible with my mic off and I forgot. Sorry about that. I think the biggest thing, Massey isn't far from the city and it's not far from a playing population. The difference was something like maybe at most 10k, which I know some people think 10k is the end of the earth, but it isn't. But certainly, we did take into account the fact that Massey has a lot of parking. It has good parking, and arguably the fewer students that are there, it actually increases the amount of parking that's available for use of the turf or for use of a potential turf there. Also, it is on a bus route and it does have cycle and access ways to the university. So it is slightly further, but not to the point that it would be detrimental to others. And while I've got an opportunity to speak, Madam Chair, could I possibly comment on the previous question about the considerations?
On Central Football's position?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you. While it was a factor, it was a very small factor, and the greatest considerations really, I mean, both Arena and Massey were very attractive opportunities. Arena obviously because it's central in the city and it's relatively easy to get to for a lot of schools and things, but really what tipped the balance for Massey is the opportunities that it can provide as a home of football. So with the supporting facilities that it has on site, Arena is very much, I guess, seen as a venue for hire, and it's not seen as a cheap venue for hire. And of course, while people will still have to pay to use the Massey facility, it's hoped that with negotiation and that it can be more affordable. And that will make it, while people may have to travel a few extra kilometres, it may actually make it more attractive to them. So things like whole of life costs and the impact on ratepayers and what Massey could offer as a broader home of football, particularly with the improvements that they're making for the FIFA Women's World Cup, they really stacked it more in their favour. And who was going to raise the money? Someone's going to have to raise the money, whether it's council that manage that or someone else. That really wasn't a deciding factor.
Thank you for those comments. Deb, I think you've probably triggered some response here in the room.
Just a follow-up question, Madam Chair.
Oh, carry on.
Apologies. So I just wanted to say thank you for your answer. I certainly am not of the view that 10 kilometres is the end of the earth, but giving consideration to the cost of living that a lot of families are facing, I'd just like to know if any engagement's been done with actual stakeholders and users of this potential turf, that the convenience factor of other existing football fields in the inner city or in the middle of town wouldn't be an issue for us building this lovely new facility up the hill. I just want to know if you've engaged with those people who'd be using it and sought feedback.
Anybody able to speak to community consultation so far?
I'll have a go at answering that. No wider community consultation has been undertaken. That's not to say that we don't have, I think, a relatively good understanding of the potential levels of use from the community. Certainly there's an expectation that a facility like this would draw on quite a bit of community use, and that is one of the aspects that we would like to tease out further with the partners, is that level of access.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And elected members, let's just keep in mind in questioning that this isn't a decision to fund or not fund at this stage. It's a decision to step into the next stage of the decision-making process. Councillor Dennison, you're next on my list.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I understand, it's not a decision to fund. Each one has a funding impact, whether it's capital or operational, which I think is quite significant. So I want to just keep that at the... I think it's an important aspect of this decision. On page 91, which is the consultant's report, the second bullet point says, in either scenario, PNCC has already signalled a potential commitment of 1.1, and then it says either through a capital contribution or an operating grant. I don't know if we've decided that. That seems very matter of fact, but that's an issue that jumps out at me. The second bullet point, when was it signalled that we were open to putting 1.1 as an operational grant?
That bullet point doesn't, I suppose, indicate an operational grant commitment, the way I read it. It is just reflecting that half share cost that is in the LTP at the moment.
The other question I wanted to explore is when we're doing a capital project, obviously it's on ours and we can fund that through debt. When we're doing an operational grant, quite often we've used the model of a third, a third, a third, and I just wanted to come in with a expectation of funding a 50% portion if it was to be on private or land other than PNCC. Where did the 50% come in as a model?
I'm not able to answer that question. I'm looking to perhaps the Parks team for a potential response on that.
Aaron, are you able to join us at the table?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Councillors. Aaron Phillips, Activity Manager of Parks. The assumptions for the 10-year plan program that's already in the budgets for 50% was based on some review of how funding went for the Arena Manawatu turf, which was also partially externally funded, and an assumption that the third model was probably unrealistic if it's on council land and council owned. Compared to other models for facilities that have been third, where there's a third party with some money to contribute to the project. So as a funding, how realistic external funding was assumption.
Okay, and just to follow up, so there's this feasibility saying that, sure, there's a recognition of the land, but the land isn't actually part of the pitch costs. I understand there's a recognition of that, but there's still 2.7 million, even with the land being gifted. It's not like a 600,000 contribution that will reduce that amount. Am I correct in that understanding?
That's right. Again, through discussions, it would need to be worked out how that 2.7 or I suppose less, depending on the level of ancillary facilities required, would be best met through a combination of contributions from council, potentially central football, and through external fundraising or other avenues which are outlined in the feasibility study.
Okay then. And can I also understand that if this turf was decided to be at Massey, that the arena would still be seeking in their master plan another turf as part of that overall concept? So that would be an additional investment council would need to keep in mind?
The arena, arena master plan is currently being updated. And as you know, we've just carried out a series of stakeholder engagement meetings and expect to have back from the consultant team a draft master plan to consider. So yes, there is the potential for another artificial turf to be included within that master plan. But yeah, I suppose we just have to wait and see, and if it was, I suppose there would then need to be those funding decisions made around, how that is, I suppose, programmed out through the next LTP.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Spellin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just before I get stuck into my main question, I just wanted to pick up on what other councillors had discussed at page 71 with 6.7 regarding the FIFA funding that is no longer available. I was wondering whether or not Central Football have any other promising options to pursue, or whether or not that's something that you'd look at in the next stage.
John, are you able to answer?
Yes, through you, Madam. Excuse me, through you, Madam Chair. Yes, to repeat myself, yeah, the FIFA funding has now been redirected, and whilst we continue to discuss with New Zealand Football the options of further support for this turf, we are working on the assumption that won't be available. As I said earlier, we have developed a funding model which excludes any contribution from what should we call the football hierarchies. So basically based on external funding around sponsorship, community trust, funding trusts, and if it comes to a contribution from Central Football, which would be offset by the turf usage. That's well in our considerations as well.
Thank you very much. So my main questions relate to the site suitability. I wanted to pick up on page 104 and the table there. In the cons for the hybrid technology option, it has a comment, it won't resolve existing drainage issues. Further to that, on page 112, there is a mention that the Massey site requires further investigation as there is underlying soil instability and will require significant ground remediation. That wasn't picked up in the report for the site description. I was wondering if there's anyone who could talk to that.
Would anybody like to talk to that?
Can we just
Anne-Marie.
respond? There was 2 questions there, so can we just go back to what the question was around the first part?
Yes, so I have questions as to whether or not we are aware that there are underlying soil instability issues and that significant remediation would be required for this site.
I'm not able to answer that. Jacob might be able to, based on his knowledge.
Unfortunately, no, I will not be able to answer that. Not from not wanting to, just I don't have that information. I'm not aware of that. I'm not on the grounds team. I'm sorry. If I knew that was part of it, I could have come prepared with something there. And I can find that out if required, but I can't answer that right now directly. Sorry.
I think if I could comment.
Just one moment, Deb, if I can just stop you because Bryce is going to comment on the particular remediation issue.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, Deb, and by all means you can add on this, but I would suggest that any consideration to the soil or what needs to be done would need to be factored in as part of the design of the turf. There was also some similar considerations around the one that we did at Arena, and that was factored in as part of that stage and would need to be budgeted accordingly once we had detailed designs.
Did you have anything to add to that, Deb, or can we move to the second part of it?
The only comment was that despite those earlier comments, I think we gained more confidence when we were aware of the development of the hockey turf, which was very close to where the football turf is proposed. And the expectation was that because of the close proximity, it was unlikely that there would need to be significantly greater work done for the football turf. But I mean, as the previous speaker has just commented, I mean, all of that would be factored into the design and the overall cost.
Excellent, thank you. Just one more, just on that vein, was looking at the layers. So it's my understanding there is the carpet layer and then there is a shock pad, if you like, that will be poured in situ. In terms of drainage and stormwater runoff, it's my understanding that there is piping that sits underneath that to ensure that the turf is properly drained and able to be played on in all weather. Just looking at the location of this, it's very close to the steep downhill site to the athletics track. With this site, is there any anticipated impact of downward runoff on the athletics track?
Is anybody able to answer that?
That's not something that anyone has considered. None of us have that expertise. It would need to be. You'd need to get someone with far more technical expertise to consider that as part of the design.
Thank you, Deb.
Right, cool, thank you.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for returning to me. Colleagues' questions have prompted a few others, but I will try to be brief. Home of football is, could somebody tell us what that actually is?
John
Madam
may be
Chair,
best placed to answer that.
John.
Yep, John.
Yes, thank you. Central Football see a home of football as a place where we can partake in the most football activity that we can. A lot of people see football as just as a game, which is a very big part of it, but an even bigger part of that is the development that goes around that, i.e. Representative programs, development training, referee training, all of these things which need a reasonable amount of ground to be able to do properly. I'll bring into that coach education as well too. So in terms of a home of football, we see that as a site that has enough space, enough infrastructure based around it that will be able to accommodate all those things.
Thank you. I suppose my other question is really around the conditions that are being placed at this stage around funding, and it would be helpful for me to understand, is it typical for demands of this nature to be placed and for them to be placed at this stage in the process?
Do you mean in terms of an upfront commitment on the partners?
No, making co-funding contingent on site selection.
Good question. I probably would need some time to think about a response. I think it's
able to help Anne-Marie with that one? David Murphy is going to speak to it.
Yeah, I guess through you, Madam Chair, David Murphy, Chief Planning Officer. I don't think I can add a lot more other than the fact that it is the situation we deal with. So regardless of whether it is or isn't a consistent way of approaching a funding relationship, that's the situation we find ourselves in with Central Football's position at this stage.
Thank you. Following up on that, what's the level of endorsement of site that comes with the recommendations in front of us today, and what options in future would we have around revisiting that?
I think, as I explained at the start, this is an opportunity to test some of those assumptions that have been made in the feasibility study, to draw out in more detail, to have those, I suppose, full and frank conversations with those partners, with the expectation that we would bring back to this committee the outcome of how we get on in those discussions.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'll leave it there.
Councillor Harper, you have a follow-up question?
Sorry, Madam Chair, just one quick question for Anne-Marie. You mentioned another artificial turf being at Arena. In that regional facilities plan, is there, so there'd be one potentially at Massey and one potentially at the Arena. So that's two extras in the regional facilities plan. That's what's been listed in that plan?
The regional facilities plan didn't quote a number or define a number. It just identified the need for an artificial turf facility.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Councillor Finlay, your hand is up.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just wondering, this is probably a question for the staff. Several questions have been asked in the last half hour or so about things that, and we get answers back saying, oh, we haven't done that yet, or we'll do that in the future. Are we ready to make a decision without all this information given to us? We were asked about the grounds and preparation of the grounds and all that by Councillor Bevan.
Councillor, I think whether we're ready to make a decision is entirely up to us as to whether we're ready to make a decision. That's not a question that officers can answer.
I think we are ready to make a decision. Have they provided enough information for us to make that decision? That is the question.
Julie, have you provided enough information for us to make a decision?
I've arrived at the table, Chair, to say it's complicated because that's what I do here. Julie McDonald, Manager of Strategy and Policy. I guess in answer to your question, Councillor, we feel that we have provided the advice for councillors to make this decision. As David has sort of said earlier, all these proposals for facilities are word of the day about partnerships. This is not about council requesting to do something, it's about a proponent group bringing its proposal. So as with gym sports or anything else. Excuse me, I rushed. There are lots of moving parts here. In this particular case, it's really complicated because we've got 3 parties at least. So yeah, the recommendations are what they are, and it's up to council to decide.
And it's complicated.
And it's complicated.
Thank you, Julie. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, officers. And just to follow on from that, so the option 1 that everyone's thinking about perhaps is just to make a recommendation that the CE begins discussions with the third parties, and I understand that. Can I just confirm that no design work has been done for the turf?
No design. We're nowhere near that point at this stage, but we could be leading into that depending on how the discussions go.
Sure, thank you. Secondly, thank you, Jacob, for joining us, and Jacob's indicated that Massey's contribution, if this were to go ahead, will be the valuation of the land. The question behind that for council would be something along the ongoing operational costs of the facility will then rest with all 3 partners in a partnership agreement. I see in the report that it says that Massey will be responsible for maintaining the grounds and that sort of stuff.
Massey are responsible for maintaining the grounds as they are today, but with some contribution from council for the partnered facilities, both the hockey turf and the athletics track. Again, the who pays for what discussion is what we're wanting to, I suppose, enter into more formally with the partners and the parties involved, so we can tease out and confirm exactly, those types of things around the quantum of contribution into the build and how the maintenance and operation costs are going to be met.
Wonderful, thanks, Emery. And just lastly, the cost to council to date has been $75,000 for the feasibility study only?
No, not just the feasibility study. Just reminded me the question regarding site suitability was work funded by council in 2018. Following that, RSL did a financial assessment, and that was very much around the question of the day was testing the different scenarios in terms of the cost of a partnered facility and the cost of a council facility, so that a financial assessment was done. Then in 2020, RSL carried out a needs assessment, which I suppose gave the green light to carry on with investigations. Hence, we're in the position today, the latest piece of investigative work through the feasibility study was $35,000. So in total, those investigations have added up to around $75,000.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Emery. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Councillor Dennison, back in.
Yeah, financial decision. I was just going back through, it was only the last council meeting when we did the budget, draft budgets, that the active community has the 199,000 in a capital budget, even up to our decision just a week or two ago. And yet it's in this report saying that it will need to be operationalised. And so I'm just, it's making the scenario quite different from what we've had up to this point. Just wanted to, I guess, a question through you, Chair. Why has the information that we've had up to this date been not aligned with the direction that this report's brought. Is there a rationale behind why we haven't been updated with the financial determination or the treatment?
To answer that, the rationale is that it's only been at this point where there's been a preferred site identified, and the preferred site involves a partnered opportunity rather than a facility on a council-owned site. Hence, in the report there are references about how that would change the nature of the funding model.
Okay, happy. I'll leave it to questions. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
That is all the questions. Thank you. Cheering there. Thank you to the online participants as well as to officers for taking us through that carefully. Okay, the recommendation in front of us is for option 1. I will see if anybody wants to move that. Councillor Meehan will move that. Councillor McLeod will second. And we'll open for comments, and I'll come back and read the whole thing later. Councillor Johnson.
In fairness, Chair, would you like Councillor Meehan to speak first since he moved it?
Would you like to speak, Councillor Meehan?
No, I'm all good. I just think it's the process of where we're at. It's right to move on, move forward with this. I don't think it's actually asking us for anything at this stage. It's just going to the next step.
Thank you. And Councillor McLeod, as seconder, would you like to say anything?
If I may, Madam Chair.
You may.
And I think it's a good opportunity that we have here before us. It's a feasibility study. It's a report that will tell us a lot more in the future about what way or what we should do in the future. We're not deciding on a lot today. It's not like we are deciding that we're going to spend billions of dollars or millions of dollars on this turf, but it gives us an indication of what needs to happen. And personally, I do quite agree, or I'm in line with Massey University's aspiration of wanting to become a football destination, given or in light of the 2023 FIFA World Cup and the fact that they're also using their facilities to host other nations to train on their facilities. And it's a good thing for the city. A good investment from an economic development perspective and from a social perspective as well, given that there's a need for more turfs in the city and the various events that we also have around the region. This could attract actually more people coming down to Palmerston North from other localities to use our facilities. It's a good thing to do, and it's common sense. It's a feasibility study report. Let's wait and hear what the actual report will actually say, and then make a decision on that. So I'm happy to see this move. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Councillors, I think we're in a really difficult position here, to be quite honest. The assumptions that have been made up until now in terms of our budgets have been that this turf would be on council land, and the way that we would finance it if it were to be on council land would be through capital budgets. And as we all know, capital budgets are funded through debt, and therefore the rates impact is a lot smaller than if they're to be funded through an operational budget line. Now, what we're being faced with today is the confirmation that the site would be at Massey University, and the consequence of that being that any council funding for that site would need to come out of operational expenditure and therefore would have a direct dollar-for-dollar effect on the rates. And the offer of land from Massey University is no advantage to council in this scenario. In fact, it's a disadvantage because were we to use our own land, the rates impact of this project will be significantly less. So the offer of Massey of land has no advantage, I don't believe, to us in a financial sense. I understand that the land itself has a value, but it's not an advantage when we have land that could host the turf. So that's on the one side of the ledger. On the other side of the ledger is, were we to choose to base the turf at CET Arena, where we have land and space for it, and where it fits in with the master plan at CET Arena, Central Football's position is that they would no longer be supporting a fundraising attempt to be a partner in co-funding that project with us, and therefore the full cost of the turf could potentially fall on council, although it would be a capital cost. So I find myself in a very difficult position here, to be perfectly honest. I understand that things have changed as a result of the feasibility, but it puts us, I believe, in a very difficult decision-making position. There's no doubt in my mind that there's a need for the turf. There's no doubt in my mind that the turf will be a good idea and good for the community. I don't think any of those things are really up for discussion. But the difficulty here is how we balance the site selection with the impact on costs, particularly rate costs that are associated with that. And so I'm not clear yet what decision I'm going to make when it comes to voting, but I just wanted, particularly for the benefit perhaps of newer members of council, to make it very clear what the scenario was. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My thinking somewhat builds off the comments made by Councillor Johnson. My read of this report is the main contribution Massey will make will be toward the maintenance. Page 117 says that Massey would still own the land. So the situation here isn't even that Massey is gifting us $600,000 worth of land. So the comments made during the questions that, oh, well, Massey's contributing $600,000, they're not. They will maintain ownership of the land, and in fact, their capital value will increase as they'll have an approximately $2 million asset built on the land that they continue to own. I recognise governance and ownership structures are to be discussed as a result of this decision-making, and so there is some world, I guess, in which we have a long-term community lease of the facility that's built or something along those lines. But at the end of the day, this is not a contribution from Massey, this is a contribution from us to Massey. And I'm a Massey University student. It's a good place. I'm all for building community sports facilities here. But the decision we're making is whether we build an asset on council-owned land, funded through debt, pushed over a 30-year, or distribute over a 30-year period as an asset to the ratepayers, or whether we make a 1/3 to 50% contribution to build an asset for Massey University. And those are two very different things. And so I recognise today we're not making the decision to fund this, but we are making a decision of which pathway we'd like to go down, and that is an important decision, because if we want to backtrack from there, we've got to go back to this point we're at today and restart the conversation on another route. So I do think there is some importance to the decision we're making here today. It's not just a, let's do it and see what happens, we're not contributing any money. And as Councillor Johnson outlined, this is a difference between a capital new council-owned facility and an operationally funded non-council-owned facility, so it is quite a major. I also haven't decided where I'm going to lie. I feel a bit uncomfortable that our options are either we do it or we don't do it at all. You know, they're not great options to my feeling. I would have liked to have seen if there was scope for we do it with Massey, we do it with CET, or we don't do it at all. And then we've got there for a choice around which path we go down today. I don't know if that's possible from an officer perspective, but that would have felt, I guess, a lot more comfortable to me in terms of being able to make a good decision at this point. I think at the end of the day, we're not making the final decision here today, so I'll probably support option 1 and going down that pathway to make a start, but I am certainly not awfully happy about the idea of making such a significant contribution to a facility that we may not even own, and certainly on land that we won't own. So, yeah, they are my thoughts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor, we'll go to our online members. Councillor Hapata. Good to go.
Sorry, always forget to mute myself. Thank you, Madam Chair. I am very much of the same vein as Councillor Johnson and Councillor Wood. I fully am supportive of having another football turf, and I'm very much waiting for the regional facilities plan to tell us that, which we haven't had yet, but understand that is going to come very shortly. Be interested to see that we're going to be needing a lot more football turfs in the city, but I do know that football is a big sport, and very much we need it, like we do need basketball courts as well, because it's a big need for that as well. But in saying this, I won't support these recommendations. My reasons are predominantly not about, not anti-Massey at all. I have been on the Massey's hockey turf group with Jacob for the last few years, so I have seen that project through to fruition and seen it go very successfully. But it is more about being an operational cost versus a capital cost, and it's more about what we can do for our ratepayers of the city and what they can afford. So for me, it is about us owning the turf on our land. And with Mr McGifford, who I have known for a number of years, and he has always said that if it was at Massey that they would support it on Massey land and they wouldn't support it if it was Arena. He said that from 2015. So he has always said the same tune. But no, I won't support these recommendations as they are. And I'd be happy to put a recommendation, if this failed, happy to put a recommendation up to say that to support it going to Arena if I could get a seconder. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Before we move to the next question, the CE would like to make a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just perhaps add to the conversation as well a little bit. One of the things that we could do as part of this recommendation is that I know that there's conversations about capital versus operational funding, but it does sometimes depend on how the partnership or any agreement is constructed. So we could investigate other options as well as part of that process to say if it was constructed under a certain mechanism, then it could be capital funding rather than operational funding towards the facility. So I just thought I'd just add that in there, that it doesn't have to be either, but we could possibly, alongside Massey and others, look at what the construct of any partnership or agreement might be in order to allow it to be capital funding versus operational. So just thought that that might be useful.
Useful, thank you. Back online, Councillor Finlay, you have a comment.
Yeah, thank you. A little bit like the last 2 or 3 councillors that have commented. There's 2 points that concerns me. One is the fact that rates in the present financial environment we live in, to look at adding anything extra to rates, I think we as councillors should really be trying our very best not to. The other comment was a comment Mr McGifford made, and it's got me thinking right along this whole debate, actually. He said we'd love to have a home for football here in Palmerston North. Wouldn't it make sense to you, or to me, at any rate, that if you were going to have a home for football, that the 2 turfs would be close together? So that, you know, you could have 4 teams playing, or you think about it, the F-kick or something like that, how they would benefit having 2 turfs close together. But to have 1 turf at Massey and 1 turf at Arena, that doesn't make sense to me. So I think Mr McGifford's comment about a home for football really convinced me that it needs to be at Arena. So I will not be supporting the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hancock.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm getting a little bit confused with all of the various points of view coming across here, but I just really have a question, and it's about clarifying. This is a fairly significant project, and it requires a step process to actually get to an end point. So my question really is to officers, I guess, is to clarify the next stage of this process is we would then start to talk about the financials with the potential partners in the project. And if so, that would come back to council in terms of the financial implications for us. Is that correct?
That is what recommendation 2 says to me, and the officers are nodding, yes.
Yes, Madam Chair, we just seem to have got ourselves lost in that, I think.
Does that help your decision-making process?
I would hope so.
Excellent. Okay, this is tricky. Oh, we've got more. Oh, they're all right. Councillor Zabellin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As per my line of questioning, what concerns me is that we are landing on a site which has had identified instability issues. that will require remedial work, and we don't know where the water runoff will go or how it will be impacting or exacerbating existing stability issues or downward facilities. And it concerns me that that hasn't been picked up in the technical assessment for site suitability or in the environmental effects appendix either. This is more than a $2 million spend. It's of course this sort of thing gets picked up in design later down the track, but I really feel that this is an important consideration in terms of selecting the site in the first place, because there's a direct impact on how much it will cost us, or even in a partnership to remediate that land to be of a suitable stability, but also just in ongoing maintenance of that and the water flow. It's, yes, artificial turf is a permeable surface, but it does redirect waters, and that has flow-on effects, and we don't know what those are at the moment. It's been good listening to the debate. I'm thinking I will support this going forward to see where it ends up, but I would really like to see a lot more attention given to the site suitability at Massey and whether or not these issues that have been skimmed over can be delved into more deeply, so we get a better idea of any potential financial or disruptions to service if we go ahead with this. Stormwater, as usual. That's where I'm sitting. Thank you.
Councillors, just note there's a number of people still wanting to comment. We are heading hard on lunchtime. I won't be taking second comments. Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of concerns I've got is around the assumptions that they've been, it feels like the pun, goalposts have been shifted. And I'm not comfortable with it, because what it leads down as a path where it actually gives our optionality of our other decision-making and long-term processes for investment in the city, it restricts it significantly, I would say. And so, therefore, this is fundamental to whether it is capital and or an operational program. It's interesting feedback from the CE. I appreciate your contribution midstream in debate, but that would be the first time I've ever heard of a creative solution to make capital operational and then turn it back into capital somehow. So I'd love to know more about that, but not now. And that's just in fairness, because that's never been the information we've had today. Things that concern me is, one, that this seems to be weighted on a preference from Central Football to wait where we should start putting our money with the lion's share of where we invest that, without also knowing a updated arena master plan. And I'm aware, I've been on the steering group, that they have got plans for a second turf, and no doubt that will come through, knowing that the current turf is so well used, it exceeded all the activity expectations, and so very pleasing result. And so I don't want to get to a situation where we're here in another year's time doing a long-term plan committed to one project and knowing that we've got another need for another investment at arena that we can't fit in, for example, or any other project that's operational, because this starts hitting into that budget impact. Our first assumption was that we were going to be nowhere near 1.1 million as far as our contribution to this program, and the costs have exceeded over the number of years, and so all of a sudden it becomes 1.1. That also is a flag to me, knowing that we're likely to wear a lot of the other larger costs with this project. And I'm into partnerships, but only if it's going to be a reasonable outcome for our ratepayers. And I don't see this proposal working out well. I think it's gone down one option, and if to indicate that we go with the partnership model, I think it's actually turning into a very poor outcome for us. I think we should be at least exploring a second option. And actually, when I would say that the first option of having it on council land would be far better for us as a city, it's just hard to step out of that, because the rationale is not compelling for me. It is not compelling for me. And so, therefore, I just recap that the assumptions, I don't think, have married up with our budgeting or our expectations. The arena master plan is not before us, and I'd rather consider that first. And then to go down this track is spending, I think, money that ultimately, when the decisions to invest money come, are going to be hard to make. So I'm just indicating very clear and fairly now that this direction I'm not comfortable with, and I'd rather park it, actually, for now. There doesn't seem to be any urgency if we're not going to go do any further reviews, apart from do it ourselves and wait for long-term planning, which was option 2. That's my view, but otherwise I'm not going to go with it, and Councillor Johnson let out the concerns. I equally stand with those. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and would endorse much of what I've heard from colleagues, in particular Councillor Finlay's erudite observation that having fields next to each other makes a lot of sense. I won't retraverse all that, but I will say I'm disappointed to be here, and I do have a sense of frustration. It feels a bit like being held to ransom, and I think that is a poor foundation on which to discuss partnership. Given the huge number of unknowns, we've had all the unknowns around stormwaters and soil stabilities, and there's plenty of unknowns yet. To be having these sort of bottom lines put to us at this stage, to me, doesn't sit well at all. And I've been contemplating how we approach this, and I think it seems to me we've got Councillor Hapeta offering an alternate recommendation and a suggestion from Councillor Dennison around parking things up. I think I'm kind of in the parking things up category until we actually get the master plan worked, and to me it would seem then, Madam Chair, most straightforward if we could split 1 from 2 and 3, because I would be quite happy to note that there has been a study done. I am not yet to the point, and in fact I'm some distance from it, from wanting to send our chief executive in to do some negotiations. I think there's some work that we need to do to get our house in order first. So I'd like to see 1 split from 2 and 3, and I'd urge colleagues to vote in support of 1, acknowledging that some work's been done, and vote against 2 and vote against 3, so that we have some time as council to determine an appropriate way forward.
Thank you, Councillor. So to comment, I haven't commented yet. This has been a very useful debate and a very difficult one, and I think we've traversed really well the issues at play here, from what looks like the likely cost to ratepayers, with the potential for some fancy footwork from the CE about what that looks like, with the very real implications for who owns what, where and how, with Councillor Finlay's concerns about whether we even have the information we need to make this decision and the officer response to that. And on that basis, I'm going to move a procedural motion that we lie this on the table. And I would seek a seconder for that at this stage. Thank you, Councillor Barrett. And then the whole thing can come back to us with an analysis of other options, as well as some of the funding implications around this. In my view, there's no huge rush and there's other work going on. So I've let the debate run. We've all had a say, but a procedural motion means we move straight to a vote to lie this on the table. That is a bit of a surprise to the administrative staff, so we will just take a moment here. Until the CE can provide further advice. I'm landing on you, Wade, until the CE can provide further advice.
Financial implications?
Just say further advice. Councillor Barrett seconded that. Procedural motion trumps everything else. This goes to the vote. If this fails, we come back to the substantive motion. If that fails, we go to Councillor Harpeter's alternate. So on the motion in front of us, that the committee lie the report on the table until the Chief Executive can provide further advice, I'll ask you to vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. 2, 3, 5, 5 and 1 online? 7. Against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. Did Councillor Harper vote then? We might need to run that again. We didn't capture Councillor Harper. All those in favour of laying this on the table, please raise your hand. 7. Billy, is your hand up or down? Down. 7 in favour. All those against laying this on the table, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. So failed for lack of majority. We go back to the substantive, the moved recommendation, which was option 1.
Madam Chair.
It's been requested that that gets taken separately, so we will take 1 of 1 first.
Madam Chair, right of reply.
Sorry, yes.
I'd just like to point out that the CE's given us some options that he seems pretty confident he's going to go and do some magic. I note one says, we note the study. 2, that the CE goes and has a chat, come back with some options. And 3, 3, the Chief Executive reports back. 2, to go and do some negotiations. I put pretty high standards on our CE to do those negotiations, to cover all our views. And as he runs through those negotiations and covers those views, I think he'd come back with a pretty reasonable offer for us to accept or deny then. I don't see that this is the place to deny this going the next step. I think we put some faith in our CE to go and carry our concerns to the next step and see where we end up. We all agree Central Football needs to come to the party. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Meehan.
Madam Chair.
Hello.
Sorry to interrupt. Would it be possible to get some officer comment on what a possible option 3 would look like?
Not at this stage, no. Okay. I'm afraid the recommendations have been moved and seconded and we're into voting now. So we, on the recommendation that Council note the feasibility study report found that an artificial football turf is feasible at Massey University in partnership with Central Football and Massey University as part of a home for football in the Manawa 2, I'll ask you to vote. Those in favour, please raise your hands.
Madam Chair, can we have a division, please?
Everyone was in favour, but okay.
Well, it's really hard when you're online.
Sure, we will divide.
For the officer's recommendation 1, Councillor Meehan.
4.
Councillor Zabellin.
4.
Councillor Wood.
4.
Councillor Harper.
Against.
Councillor Johnson.
4.
Councillor Bowen.
4.
Councillor Dennison.
4.
Councillor McCallard.
4.
Councillor Barrett.
4.
Councillor Arnott.
4.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
4.
Deputy Mayor Marshall Lobb.
4.
Councillor Hancock.
4.
Councillor Finlay.
Against.
2 against, the rest 4.
Thank you. And then we'll move to the second and third recommendations and take those together.
Again by division, please.
By division, again. There's 2 against. 12-4, 2 against on the last one. Sound like no score draw. So 2 and 3 together, again by division. So Recommendation 2, that the Chief Executive begin discussions with Massey University and Central Football with a view to form a partnership and further discuss governance, management, level of funding commitment and ongoing operational considerations. And 3, that the Chief Executive report back to the Culture and Sport Committee with the outcome of negotiations and, if appropriate, proposed terms for a formal partnership agreement. Noting that there is an alternate recommendation if this fails, which is to move to the arena option. Over to you.
Councillor Hancock.
For.
Councillor Barrett.
Against.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Wood.
Against.
Councillor Meehan.
For.
Councillor Finlay.
Against.
Councillor Harpeter.
Against.
Councillor Denison.
Against.
Councillor Arnott.
For.
Councillor McKellard.
For.
Councillor Zabellin.
Against.
Councillor Bowen.
Against.
Deputy Mayor Marshall Lobb.
Against.
1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3.
So 4 for, 9 against. So the motion fails. And we move.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, I think it was 5-4.
It is 5, sorry. I've got too many 4s in that sentence. 5 for, 9 against. And so we move to the alternate recommendation put forward by Councillor Harpeter.
It's not very pretty.
If we could have that on screen. We're just having some issues. We've already noted the feasibility, so that can just come off.
It should be LH as well, not LLJ.
Could you put artificial turf? Sorry, Natalia.
And could you please change it to LH? Thank you.
I don't need to speak to it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Harpeter.
Is there a seconder?
We're seeking a seconder. Councillor Wood. Happy?
Madam Chair, could I ask a question of the mover?
Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Harpeter, do you see this as feeding into the reworking of the Arena Master Plan, or do you see this having a scope beyond that?
No, it definitely feeds into the master plan.
Thank you.
I will open for brief comments on this one. Councillor Hancock.
Yeah, just really a question to the, I don't know, really to the mover. Does this actually now preclude completely the option that was that we've actually failed?
Yes, it does. That's been lost. Okay, no more questions, comments, thoughts. We will move to vote on the recommendation from Councillor Harpeter, seconded by Councillor Wood, that the Chief Executive consider an artificial turf on council land and report back to this committee. All those in favour, please raise your hand.
Can we have a division?
Yes.
Sorry.
Absolutely.
Councillor Bowen.
4.
Councillor Wood.
4.
Councillor McCallard.
Against.
Councillor Arnott.
4.
Councillor Zabellan.
4.
Councillor Dennison.
4.
Councillor Harpeter.
4.
Deputy Mayor Marshall Lobb.
4.
Councillor Meehan.
Against?
Councillor Finlay.
4.
Councillor Barrett.
4.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
4.
Councillor Johnson.
4.
Councillor Hancock.
Abstain.
Okay. 11-0.
11-4, 2 against with 1 abstention. So that motion is carried. Thank you. We will move to the Manawatu Community Athletics Track Annual Report. Members, Aaron, you might be okay, because this is a report for noting only, so I'm going to move this. I'm not opening up for questions or comments. We're going to vote on it. So I will move that the committee resolve to receive the Manawatu Community Athletics Track Annual Report for 2022, presented to Culture and Sport Committee on 8 March 2023. Seeker seconder, Councillor Hancock. Thank you. All those in favour, please raise your hands. That's everyone in the room and online. Carried. Thank you very much. And moving to the committee work schedule, I will move that the Culture and Sport Committee receive its work schedule dated March 2023. Look for a seconder. Councillor Meehan, thank you. Any questions or comments on that? Councillor Johnson.
Sorry, why is tree policy on your committee?
I like trees.
Is it correct that that's on your work schedule, or should it be elsewhere?
We will look into that. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I think that me liking trees is not
169,
sufficient.
item 19.
Yes, item 19. Thank you. Anything else? Then we will look to receive that. All those in favour, please raise your hands. That's everybody. Thank you. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, ngā mihi nui kia koutou, e ngā mana, e ngā reo, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Kia puta ki te whaiao, ki te ao marama. Whakamau ki a tina, homie, huie, tai kie. Thank you. We've got the council workshop thing at 2. Meet at Te Manawa at 2 for those attending, please.
Okay.